Okay, we're live, I believe. Is there anybody who can confirm? Let's have a look. Live chat rather than top chat. Maybe a bit more brightness. Oh, that might be too much. There, maybe. Okay, folks. Oh, itchy nose. Good evening, and welcome to what might promise to be an exciting evening, weather-wise at least. Although the wind has just calmed, it's a bit of a bugger. Okay, let's do the proper intro. This is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me. Down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum, someone who lives rough, on the streets, or, in my case, in a tent in a field. So, you join me this evening, as the weather forecast says, thunder and lightning all night long. That'll be interesting. And also a little bit of rain. Now, the day that we've just had, Sunday, was expected to be at one point 38 millimeters of rain in the day. The area that we're in, the Alicante region, hello Zami, the Alicante, and Roger, hello. The Alicante region is on a yellow alert for rain. The Valencia, which is the greater region that we're within, is on red alert for rain. They were talking about, how did it go? Was it 48 litres? No, it was more than that. Oh, we'll have a look later if we can. We'll bring up some newspaper articles and have a quick read. It was something ridiculous, like it might have been 480 litres of rain. There can't have been that much per metre, can it? I don't know. We'll go and have a look. We'll go and have a look later. It was a crazy amount of rain that they're on, which is why they've got a red alert. Now, this was an article from yesterday. Today was supposed to be a lot of rain. Hardly happened. We had a bit of light rain, almost just spitting. First thing this morning while I was trying to make my coffee. My coffee took twice as long to make as normal because of the wind blowing the gas around. I was going to make a coffee this evening and it was really windy, and now we've just gone live and the wind's just dropped entirely. But we are in that 10 o'clock spot. The weather forecast is for thunder and lightning from now on through till morning. Then Monday previously was going to be dark skies and rain all day. That's now mainly sunny with an occasional thunderstorm at some point. It's been a real crazy ride with the weather forecasts. Roger was just saying that he's had sun all day and he's got his batteries almost fully topped up. I likewise, I got up to 91% on my EcoFlow before I decided to use some of it on the fridge. And I think now I'm back down around 60, am I? Yeah, 58. Just dropped below 60. Charging the devices and the lamps and batteries and everything ready for this. But everything's on 100% or thereabouts. So we're all good. Based on the other day when I did was that a 5-hour or 6-hour live stream, I used less than 10% of the battery, so we're easily going to have enough to get through to tomorrow. And tomorrow is due to be sunny, allegedly, according to at least one weather forecast. There's the other issue. There's Anthony. Hello, Anthony. How are you doing, mate? All good at this end, surviving nicely. Which surprises me given what the weather forecast was in the earlier part of the week. There's no way I would expect to get through 7 days of dark skies, rain, thunderstorms, with not a break in the cloud, according to the forecast. I should have been out of power on the second day, and here we are. I haven't had a full outage yet. We got low at one point. I think we got down into the teens, or somewhere 20 plus or minus a couple of percent on the EcoFlow. We got low, and I spent that one night with the phone turned off, only on the tablet, screen turned off, and only listening to audiobooks because I was so low on power. But we got through it, and that was the worst so far. Now, earlier today I looked at the forecast again, and the entire week was dark skies, heavy cloud and rain. Well, an hour or two later, and half the days have got sunshine. So what do? Keep ploughing on. Just keep preparing. Don't allow the power to go too low at any moment, and keep a reserve. Keep everything as topped up as you can, which is why I've been charging even the batteries for these lights, for the fairy lights above my head. Been charging those every day. They'll do 2 nights, maybe 3, but you don't want to be on the 3rd night and then find that you've got 2 or 3 days without sun. Keep everything charged as much as possible. Always have a reserve and a backup plan. So if ever I'm down to my last 20 or 30% on the EcoFlow, top up the tablet, turn the phone off. The SIM card is still in the tablet. The phone's actually behaving better now. I'm not sure whether it's because it's not doing the phone and mobile data stuff, or whether it's because it was fully drained and then fully topped up. I don't know whether that's like a calming factor for the battery. I'm not even sure what the battery technology is in that. It'll be lithium ion, but I don't know which particular flavour. Is it lithium iron phosphate or what? I don't know. But we survived. We've survived so far. We're 4 days into what was going to be 7 days of difficult conditions. So far, we haven't had heavy rain. We've had 1 clap of thunder in the entire 4 days so far. It's funny. Maybe I'll do a slideshow of all of the weather forecasts. My weather forecast videos get hardly any views, but they make for a good slideshow. When you've got at the start of the day and it's showing like heavy rain, thunder and light, let's say a day that's going to be thunder and lightning every hour all day long. And then you get to those hours and suddenly, oh, this hour is not going to be thunder and lightning, but all the others are. And the next hour, they'll knock 2 of those off. Oh, those 2 are not going to be, but all the rest will be. And it just retreats all day long, and suddenly, oh no, it's going to be tomorrow that's thunder and lightning. And you're just like, it was bright sunshine. The EcoFlow was pulling in 85 watts at one point. In winter, on a day that's supposed to be solid dark clouds with thunder and lightning and rain. It's... You never want to be in a position where you're reliant on a weather forecast, folks. I guess that's the lesson. Maybe that, and don't panic. Don't worry about it too much. I don't know. Nobody trusts weather forecast. They don't, Steve. Yeah. Nobody trusts weather forecasts. But when you're in a position where you're reliant on them, it's tricky, isn't it? It's tricky. When you're reliant on them, and you have to be prepared in case of things, you got no other choice, really. It's the only information source on the topic that you've got. So yeah, I mean, like I said, the Valencia, the smaller Valencia region, so it's complicated. The Valenciana Comunidad, I think, is the term for the whole. Covers 3 of these different administrative regions: Castellón, Valencia, and Alicante. Only the Valencia, not the city, but the wider, the smaller, the middle tier, the Valencia region, the Valencia administration region, but not all 3 of those communities together. It's complicated. But they're on red alert for a stupid amount of rain, and we were only on yellow apparently. Well, we were being really. I'm annoyed. I've been sat here drinking orangeade, orange pop. I would have made my coffees if I'd known. Well, if it had been like this half an hour ago, but it was really blustery and blowing a gale, and yeah, I couldn't have been able. The water wouldn't have boiled yet. It would have still been sat there trying to get all the heat, and I'd be trying to build some kind of windshield around the fire that would get blown into the fire probably. I haven't got anything particularly solid and heavy on around that particular bit of ground. So that's tricky. You can't trust government, says Keith, son of nature. You're probably right there, mate. That's probably something that we can agree on. We don't agree on much, but we can probably agree on that. I have got the last 4 cans of my weekend beer here with me. As usual, the lamp is set on 3, and I got 1 here unopened, ready to roll. I've also got my little lady with me. Let's do this. How's the audio, folks? We are back on the phone, so I expect it might be a little bit muffled again. Let me just turn around and see if I can find the lightning. There we go. Hey, babe. Hey, babe. Hello there. Hello there. Are you going to be nice while I cuddle? Eh? Talk to the peoples. That's a nice cuddle. The people say thank you for a nice view, and I say thanks for the cuddle. Thank you for the cuddle, for giving it to me. Oh, you're going to go back under. Go back under. Going underground. There's a go. There's my Tina doggy darling. Went out before. Yeah, when I was decided about, what time would that have been? It was probably 9. No, I tell a lie. I went out the other side at 9 and looked up at the sky. Big clear patches, you know, like no cloud at all. And the cloud that was there was kind of thin and wispy in the places where there was cloud. Thunderstorm didn't look particularly likely. But then I went out quarter of an hour later walking Tina, and the clouds had kind of bulked up a bit. The clouds had become a bit more solid. But there were still some breaks in it though. I think usually when you've got thunderstorms, the sky is solid cloud. You don't really get to look up through pockets of clear. So I'm not sure. I don't really, with the evidence in front of me so far, I'm not really believing the thunderstorms each and every hour all night long. Heavy rain certainly for the next 4 or 5 hours. Different weather forecasts say different things, but one of them showing about 7 or 8 millimeters over the next 3 or 4 hours. It's interesting. One of the weather forecast updates, you know, through the day, one of them, whatever it shows you that morning, that's all it carries on showing you. All they do is trim off the hours that have gone. The rest of the forecast is just it's like atomic. There's no changing. There's no, yeah, atomic, that's a computing term I probably shouldn't use. It's set. That's it. It doesn't change. It doesn't update. Apart from just dropping off stop displaying the hours that have already gone. Anyway, has chat frozen or have you lot gone quiet on me? Government from Keith was the last comment. Thumbs up if you could, folks. That's always appreciated. 10 people. There were a few more a little while ago. I've probably bored you with the weather talk. Let's move on any other topics. UK Richie, sorry mate, didn't see you there. Why was that? Oh, I didn't see V arrive either. You need to do an earlier live to catch your subscribers, Mike. Many would want to know how you're doing, but your lives are a bit late in the day for most of us. They're late for a lot of people, yeah, but they're long, so I'll maybe try some daytime stuff at some point. When I do the TrampCast proper, that's 5 o'clock my time, 4 o'clock UK. But I just haven't been doing those recently. I'll try and get back into those. I've got to get back on top of that, but I don't know why. I just haven't been in the mood for that. So there are comments here that weren't showing before. I did manage to get the pinned comment up today, folks. The other day it wouldn't let me do it. There was UK Richie arriving. There was Steve with his Jenny Cool alias. Sign of Nature, Keith. BBC Radio 4's Infinite Monkey Cage. I love that programme. Did a programme on clouds this week. Clouds are fascinating. Yeah. I love the fact that when kids draw a nice cloud in a sunny sky, they draw the billowy cotton woolly one, which is actually a rain cloud. That's kind of perverse, that the nice cloud that everybody draws, where you like overlapping circles and make the billowy cotton wool thing with the flat bottom. Rain cloud. If it stretches higher, and especially if it gets like a flat top, it gets an anvil, sometimes you can see them forming from a distance. That's a thundercloud when you get that same thing, but billowing upwards. You'll often see like you almost see the wind. You see it fan the like the steam fanning the vapor, and it gets lines where the wind's got an updraft, and it's stretching the cloud upwards and forming that anvil. Thunderclouds. But I do love Infinite Monkey Cage. Now the BBC messed me about a while back. The Sounds app, they withdrew it. So I started it up one time, and oh no, that doesn't exist anymore. You just have to go through the BBC, the main app, the main BBC News kind of app, and then there was a few audio things, and then I binned it off because it wasn't worth. Not everything was there. There was only a subset, and then I discovered a few months later that no, the Sounds app was back, and I got no. I'm a bit lost now. I don't know what the score is. I didn't see any reports of what happened or why or how. Whether they were just messing about with people that weren't in the UK. Because the main BBC app now, the one that does the news and everything else, has adverts in it when you're abroad, when you're not in the UK. So that was all a little bit. I'm still confused as to what happened, and I don't believe I've listened to anything BBC now in a few months. I didn't even know that there was a current season of Infinite Monkey Cage. So yeah, maybe I'll go and have a catch up. I'll go and see what's the score there at some point. But yeah, it's I do love the combination of facts from the prof and the humour from the other guy, Robin Ince. I couldn't remember his name there for a second. Yeah, and the guests as well, because they'll have a, how big is there's 4 of them in total on, isn't there? They bring a guest on, 1 comedian, 1 scientist usually, or 1 or 2 scientists and a comedian. So that can be quite funny when the comedian's telling you how ignorant they are or whatever. Or occasionally they'll get a comedian on who's actually a former scientist. Dara O'Brien was a scientist. Then did he become a scientist, then school teacher, then comedian maybe? Not quite sure. Farmer Fabrizio, hello my friend. Welcome everyone, everybody, everywhere. Oh, my nose. What's that itch? Probably some kind of pollen in this field. I get it every now and again. Never had any kind of hay fever or anything back home. But over here, once or twice a year, I get a little sinusy, swollen nosey kind of welcome. Hello, you're welcoming me to my own stream. Cheers. Hey, I managed to stay awake for Big Clive and for Scruff Dog last night. I didn't fall asleep during either. That's getting a bit rare nowadays. Gay weather forecaster who drums. No idea who that, because I'm not in the UK, a lot of these things pass me by. He's probably done one of these dancing programs or some other get me out of the jungle thing. No idea. Because I don't get any, I don't watch any UK TV hardly. When I get back to the UK, I've got 10 years of pop culture to catch up on, or more. Yeah, I got a lot to. I'll have a lot of UK culture to catch up. There are famous people that I see like in a newspaper headline or something. I got no idea who those cunts are. I got no clue. Welcoming me to my own stream. Yeah. He did dancing, got in trouble. You said he was gay, yeah? So was it an all-male dancing couple? I guess they do that kind of thing now. And that was the end of that bottle of orange, wasn't it? What else have I got down here? Water. Oh, the remnants of a different cola bottle. Oh, I've got two colas. What's this one? Lemon. Oh, I can have. I can make a radler. Here's Marie. It's jumped. It started jumping already, folks. That's not a good sign. You must get out of that dark tent into the light. It's a bit depressing to see you in the dark. Vlog earlier outside in the Spanish sun. You're kind of the second person to say that tonight. I spend quite a bit of time outside, but yeah, I don't live stream everything or video. I've run out of things to video. I've been making clips as the week's gone on with this bad weather. I don't know whether it'll actually make a video or not. You guys seem to prefer, no, not you guys, but the audience in general seem to prefer disaster. My most watched videos are when I'm in the middle of a storm and the tent's getting ripped apart or falling apart. The videos on the playlist, The Rain in Spain, falls mainly on me. That particular playlist, all of those videos get, they went out and most of them get 1,000 views in a couple of days. Yeah, those are my most watched videos. Certainly in that short term after release. Yeah, people love to see the disaster, the doom. Now, I don't mean that harshly. They're probably concerned for me and just want to stay up to date and follow the story, make sure I'm okay. But it does just seem like people want to watch the disasters. I think the second most watched group of videos are my police interactions, and after that it's the mice and rats, I think, would be the three groups. I don't mind you and be a ranting Mike. I don't need any disaster, neither do you. No, I don't need any disaster, absolutely not. But Marie wants me to get out in the sun and do something through the day, and so did V earlier on. Okay, I'll do something once this spell of bad weather's out of the way. I'll maybe take Tina to a cliff top, and we'll sit and have some sandwiches or something, and sit and chat with you. Look out at the sea, watch the jet skis and the paragliders, and what's the other one called? The parachute at the back of a jet ski or speedboat. Parasailing? Something or other like that. We can watch those and just sit and have a chat in the sun. We usually get some good weather towards Christmas. This is unusual to have a week that's forecast. In fact, as we've progressed 3 or 4 days in, then the weather forecast says, oh, another week. So as 3 or 4 days drop off, the next 3 or 4 days we're going to be bad. But now they seem to be backing off from it and putting a bit of sunshine in the forecast for us. So that'll be nice. We'll see how it goes, folks. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I do spend a fair bit of time just inside the tent, because what else is there to do? When you go out, most things cost money. Also nowadays I've got quite a bit of stuff here. I'm on the internet telling everybody about all the stuff that I've got here. And I don't want to go walkies. Surrounded by disaster in my calm vantage point. Surrounded by potential disasters. Oh, I must thank the 3 ladies that came on Friday. Let me see if I can get their names. Tina, Geeta and Monica, who came back today and brought me some more food. They were leaving the country today, so they brought me the remnants of their cupboards and fridge. And amongst it was another portion of Chinese, which I wolfed down. Again, I was thinking of cooking today, but the wind was too blustery. Would have taken forever over that stove. So thank you to those ladies. I don't know if they watch. I don't know if they know this exists. But I thank them anyway. I was much more talkative today. I was awake when they came. When they arrived the other day, they were shouting and shouting to wake me up. And when I woke up, I was a little bit groggy, a little bit slow. I wasn't in the best conversational mode. So today I was a little bit more chatty with them. And I managed to remember their names. I did ask them what country they were from, and immediately forgot. It was either Norway or Sweden. I'm sorry, ladies, if you are watching. I think Norway, but I don't know. I haven't got a firm. It was one of those 2. Those were the 2 I suggested based on accents, and it was one of those. But I don't. Terrible memory for shit like that when I first meet people. Terrible memory for faces. They were here the other day. I recognised that they were the same ladies as the other day. The other day I thought I'd seen them before, at least 2 of them, but I wasn't sure. So today I asked, and yeah, they have been before. The Prisoner of Zenda. I remember the name. Probably a film with Richard Chamberlain, Dr. Kildare, but I don't remember. He did a lot of those classic books, didn't he? Man in the Iron Mask and another one. But I did a few of them. That was a good looking bloke in his day. Not sure which way is he still with us? There's one. Let me look this up. I don't remember hearing of him dying, but he would be pretty old by now, wouldn't he? When he was Dr. Kildare in the 60s, that's 60 years ago, isn't it? Richard Chamberlain. Didn't he have AIDS? Or he went really, really thin. Chamberlain. Oh, he died this year. in March. There you go. I knew he'd be old. How old? Born in 34, let me work that out. That's 66 plus the 25, 66, 76, 86, 91 he would have been, ish. Yeah, that's right. Nine less than a century. Died of a stroke. Yeah, there you go. Spouse was a bloke. There was a lot of. I remember there being a lot of rumour. Often when a bloke's too good looking, it's often the way. It's that kind of queer eye for the straight guy thing. They tend to be really well maintained and yeah. I shall say no more. Get myself in trouble. Get accused of things that aren't true. I'm not a phobe or an ist. Let me get this orange finished, folks, and then I can either just have a beer or maybe have a shandy stroke radler. What the hell? Crap on the bottom of the glass. I'll have the first one straight, I think. Interesting juxtaposition with that other previous comment I was just making. Didn't mean it like that. Juxtaposition unintended but noted. Straight. I think I mentioned before, when I was young, not too young, but when I was young, I got a lot of attention from gay blokes. I didn't always react well to it. I think I've said that before. I won't give the details again. You probably could look back through the history of the conversations. Oh, I might as well say it. There's nobody after me for anything. I did put a guy in hospital one time for what would you call it? An unsubtle approach in the gents. I was in London aged 20, 21 maybe. Somewhere there or thereabouts. And somebody made a... it wasn't an aggressive approach, but it was an uncomfortable approach. And I overreacted and lashed out. As I sometimes was wont to do in my younger days. Straight to the point, yeah. Yeah, I've made mistakes in life. That was one. That was an overreaction. The guy wasn't being aggressive or violent or anything, but it was a clumsy approach. It was unwelcome on my part, and I didn't feel comfortable, and I lashed out. And I kind of didn't stop lashing out until I felt safe. But with hindsight, I would do it different, but yeah. What can you do, folks? You can't change history, acknowledge it, accept you made mistakes and move on. Okay, what else can we talk about? I saw something really great science-wise earlier. I can't for the life of me think what it was. It was Dr. Ben Miles. What was it? You know, it doesn't take much to capture my... When it comes to science and stuff, I can easily get... I get lost in the weeds watching these guys for hours. What's the quickest way to get there? Dr. Ben. No, not Becky, not Dr. Ben Miles. Here we go. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, something and nothing. Okay, Batman effect. This is it. It was really interesting. So here's the setup. They do an experiment on the subway in I don't know where, but it could have been Tokyo. It could have been somewhere in America. Doesn't matter. An apparently pregnant woman gets on the underground, the subway, the metro, whatever you want to call it, the underground railway system. And obviously, pregnant woman, you'd think someone would offer seats. And now she just gets on, and in 30%, 30 something percent of instances, someone offers her their seat. But if you rerun the experiment and you put someone in a Batman costume somewhere nearby, either on the carriage or they've had to walk past him on the platform, and it turns out they don't even have to know that they've seen him. He could have just been there and they've walked past, and they're not even consciously aware of it. The rate at which people offer their seat doubles. Seeing someone in a superhero costume makes people be better. I thought that was really, really interesting. And the way they repeated it, where he was either just on the platform and they've walked past him, or he's on the carriage, or he's somewhere near the escalators just hanging about, and they might not even, in the experiments where more people gave up their seat, they're not aware, when they're asked afterwards, they're not aware of having seen Batman. So it could even just be like a subconscious nudge. Some people would say unconscious. I don't like the use of unconscious in that. Unconscious means asleep. Something that influences you while you're awake and you're not even aware of it. Subconscious is the proper term. Americans in particular get that one wrong. But it does just grind my wheels a bit, that one. If possible, what's the best week you had abroad when you left England? Oh, I had many really good weeks because for the first 6 years it was a normal life. I had a lady friend over here for a little while. Many happy experiences. Many happy days out. In bars or nightclubs before I got the doggy. Many happy days sat in the park in the sun drinking with people that were friends at the time. I thought, many happy days and weeks. The times that friends have taken us to the dog beach at Santa Pola. There didn't used to be any dog beaches anywhere near here. The nearest one was Santa Pola, which is almost back at Alicante. 3/4, 4/5 of the way back to Alicante. But they had a dog beach, and you had to have you had to have your own passports with you, your doggy passport, and also your dog had to be chipped, and all the vaccinations had to be up to date. So it was kind of strictly governed. They had a council worker there checking all of the chips against the database, and you had to have a roll of poo bags as well. If you turned up and you didn't have poo bags, you got turned away. What kind of fucking dog owner turns up to a dog beach and doesn't bring poo bags? I did save somebody once by giving them half of my roll, just to make sure that they had some. I'm a nice guy like that sometimes, folks. Council workers turning them away just because of lack of poo bags, and instead of just giving us some, or could even have sold us some. No, but I stepped in and saved them. But who goes without? I mean, mine are just permanently in my pocket. Oh, we've got poo bags, haven't we, darling? Oh, one time I didn't. Fuck, I got quite stressed about it. We were walking to Lidl, and Tina did the biggest crap ever. And I go into my pocket and I pull out, and it's the last bag, and I only managed to get half of it into this bag, and so I'm leaving half on the floor. Go and do my shopping, come back, go a different way, stop at the Chino Bazaar, and then go back and pick up the other half. And I was quite stressed that I'd get into trouble. It's really unlikely, but you could get done for that kind of crap, literally. Yeah, no, I don't know, good experiences. Lots and lots and lots. Even while I've been here in the tent, or in the park, had some good weeks. The weather helps, there's no denying it. Spring and autumn are the best, but also the worst. This is when you do get the Gotterfriers, the big, or sometimes they're called Danas now, which I don't know what that stands for. It's the big downpours, the big 3 and 4 day storms that leave floods everywhere. You get those in the autumn, and then you get them again in the spring, but not so much in winter itself or summer. You get the odd downpour in summer, but it tends not to be. You get heavy rain, but you don't get that streets filling up and cars getting washed away. But as long as you've got good weather, enough food and water to get by, you can have some great days. Used to sit on the cliff tops for about 13 hours a day on the chairs there, just with my picnic blanket spread out. Tina had her own blanket donated by a Belgian lady called Nicole, and a little pop-up water bowl. As long as we had enough water, the dog, saying hello to people. Occasionally someone would wave a bit of money at me. The change out of their pocket, or maybe a €5 note. Wasn't asking, wasn't begging, it just became apparent to some people because of the amount of time I was spending there. Doing the puzzles and sitting in the sun, and later on when I had a radio, and even later on when I did finally have a phone, which had my first phone had radio built in. Put the headphones in, and the phone was an FM radio. That's a thing that modern devices have lost. But then some friends got me USB speakers, which are also radios, like this one, which again, it doesn't have, well, it does have it has a hole that looks like it should be a headphone slot, but it doesn't work as one. But if you plug a micro USB cable in, that will act as the antenna and boost the radio, make it better. I discovered. So things like that. I just go, sit down, watch what's happening out on the sea, sit in the sun. Perversely, sitting out in the sun in midwinter on a cliff top is, well, it's cooler than just sitting in the sun elsewhere. You've got the breeze. Now you've got to be careful not to sit out too long, or to put a hat on or something. Keep covered. If you're going to sit out for 12 hours in the middle of summer, you got to be careful about that stuff. But yeah, no, I had some good times. But hold on. What's your biggest miss? Well, mistake, or the thing that I miss the most? I don't know what your question is. Let me see, what do I miss the most? It depends, miss from when. Like from normal life in Spain, when I had an apartment, just having a fucking roof over my head. Being able to turn on a tap and have water, or, literally water on tap. Having electricity. Not, I mean, the EcoFlow is fantastic. I mean, I've had it 18 months out of the almost 3.25 years I've been homeless. I've had it 1.5 years now. But being able to just turn on a kettle, electric kettle, fuck. This won't run one. The EcoFlow Delta that my friend Karen has will run a fucking kettle. It'll run a washing machine. It'll run a kettle and a washing machine at the same fucking time. And a fridge and a freezer. This won't. This only goes up 250 watts is its stated max. Certain things, and I think things like resistive heating, so a kettle, it will pump out 500 watts to that. So that kettle will take about 5 times long. An electric kettle would work technically. It would just take 5 times longer than you're used to. Everyone thinks that they're 3 kilowatts, but they're not really. That's the maximum that the wires and the fuses will take. But they typically run at just over 2.25, 2.25 kilowatts. So yeah, in theory, but it would, if I plug that in here, and let's say it normally takes 3 minutes to boil a kettle, it's going to take 15 minutes at 500 watts. It's going to be about 125 watt hours. Yeah, it's half the power of the entire, that's half the entire battery storage here to boil. To boil, let's say to boil a litre of water. You put less in, but I don't know, that wouldn't be worth it. Where was I? What do I miss? What do I miss? Yeah, normality. I don't know how you would summarize. I guess that's the only way to summarize that. Normality. Being in a house, being in a building, television, like a big big proper TV. How big was mine? The one that I threw away. I only threw it away because it was made to. There was nothing wrong with it. The lady just refused to store it. I had to throw that away, and my printer, my I think it was an inkjet. I got a laser jet back in the UK, or I had. My TV back in the UK was 50-inch. That was 10 years ago. But if I walk past like someone's house now and glance, you know, there's movement and flashing, flickering lights. I'm not looking in windows deliberately, but it catches your attention. But just the sheer scale of a modern fucking TV. I would love that. I don't use. I've got a 32-inch one over here. I just don't use it. It uses. I think I worked it out as about 40 watts, 30 to 40 watts, depending what you're doing with it. But then there's the 30 or 40 watt overhead of the EcoFlow, so you've got 80 watts going out. 1 hour would be about a third of the EcoFlow. In summer, through the day, you could do it, but who wants to sit and watch telly on a hot summer's day? Stuff like that, normality, the things that you take for granted, folks. Turning on a TV, flicking a switch and having a kettle, flicking a switch and having light, where you're not having to make sure it's charged through the day. You're not charging batteries, putting it out in the sun to charge and to get 2/3 charge and then topping it up in the evening, or using it plugged in all the time. Normal stuff like that I miss. Yeah, good question though, good question. Is that 13 people? Oh, it was 18, it just fell to 17. People are leaving. I'm boring you. Give us a thumbs up, folks. Go on, you know you want to. For anyone joining late, some people sometimes see the ad, what we're going to call it, the posts on Twitter or in YouTube, and they happen along and they don't know what's going on. I'm a homeless guy, an Englishman trapped in Spain by circumstance, living in a tent in a field next to the coast. We're in the middle of supposedly 7 days of dark and dreary and supposedly rainy and thunderstormy weather. I power my life through solar power, so 7 days with no power seemed a kind of an unmountable obstacle, but it hasn't worked out that way so far. Right now it's supposed to be thunder and lightning and storms. I can hear the wind over the other way, but it must have moved around in such a way that the trees are shading me from it. I just hear it. I don't know whether you guys can. But it's kind of blowing a gale somewhere out there. Just, we're in a bit of a hollow, and we have got trees around, fully around two sides. There's kind of a channel, there's a gap in between, like through the corner. So let's say east and north are sheltered by trees, but right on northeast there is a gap that the wind can come through and often does. But right now I can hear it. We got perfect calm. But just before we went live it wasn't calm. I mean, it's almost as I hit the button that it dropped. Yeah, okay, we get the odd little rustle. But surviving on solar with weather forecasts telling me there's not going to be any sun. So far we've managed okay, and we managed to sneak a bit of power here and a bit of power there. We get a bit of, sometimes it's not even sunshine, sometimes it's just the brightness glowing through the clouds, and occasionally we get a break in the cloud and get some actual full-on sunshine. Very occasionally we'll get a totally clear sky, or a big patch of clear sky. We'll get full sun and it comes in at 70 or 80 watts. It's marvellous. Any people you miss most back in the UK? That's a tricky one. There are family members, but it seems that the family has erupted into internal arguments, the basis of which I'm not aware, and we're not in touch and communicating. So there are family members, nephews, my sister, my brother. The pub I used to go to, I guess, you know, I was a regular. I'd be there 3 or 4 nights a week. It usually would have been after work, but then we folded the business, or well, that's not quite true. We stopped using the office in the city centre, so I wasn't commuting to work and back. There was no travelling to work and back. Often the bus would pass through this outer village, this outer part of Morecambe, and I would get off and just go to the pub there, then walk home a few hours later. So yeah, I was, when you're a regular in a bar, and you know, it'll be a different subset of the group each time you go in, each night or at the weekend. It's not always the same kind of 20 people, but it'll be a different 5 or 10 out of that 20, and it mixes and matches. You know what it's like when you're a regular in a pub. Maybe I miss that, but they'll have all moved on by now. Some of them won't drink in that bar. Some of them are dead. 1 or 2 of them are now in kind of old folks' homes or nursing homes. Some of them just drink in different bars, from what I've heard, from the odd 1 or 2 people I'm still in touch with. So yeah, there are some friends and some people, you know, some friends, some acquaintance. That line between friend and acquaintance. See, I always viewed, this is kind of a topic, I guess. I always viewed anyone that I knew and that we're not enemies, I would call them a friend. But some people have a different line. I had a conversation once with someone saying, yeah, no, you're a good man. And he kind of, he said, we're not friends. What do you mean? He said, well, you've never been to my house, I've never been to your house. We're not friends. We're just people who meet down the pub. He just had a different definition of friendship. Mine was a lot more open. If we weren't enemies, and I know you, and I talk to you, and I'm happy in your company, we're fucking friends, aren't we? I don't know. What do you guys think? Where do you draw the line? Are you only a friend if you've been to their house and they've been to your house? That to me seems a little bit of a weird delineation. That's not where I draw the line. If I know you and I talk to you 3 or 4 times a week and we have a pint together, I buy around, you buy around, and we're all good, and there's no bad blood, or you're a friend. But this guy, just had a different, and I found that he's not alone. There was an episode of what's it called? Northern Exposure. I was going to say Northern Lights. The kind of comedy drama thing set in Alaska. Beautiful program, actually. Beautiful TV series. Really liked it. I was watching it back a couple of years ago, and I started the final season, and I didn't want it to end, so I slowed down the rate I was watching them, and then somehow I didn't get to the end. Maybe that was when I was made homeless. But they had an episode on the same topic. The doctor has been going in this bar for like 3 or 4 years, ever since he moved into the Virgin. He's talking with the landlord, and he says, "We're good friends," and the other guy, "We're not friends. He's just a guy who comes in the pub." "Yeah, you're my doctor, and we talk, but we're not friends. I've never been to your house. You've never been in mine." I just find that a different. If we talk when we see each other, yeah. If we're not in the middle of an argument or something, you know, if there's no bad blood, we're friends. And that's my hello hashtag. I'm gonna try and remember. I'm gonna get it wrong. I'm gonna say hashtag's a Mike or a Michael, but I could be. Give it a second. I gotta check, because I'll be embarrassed when I'm wrong. But I do get it wrong. Bad memory, folks. It takes me a while to get used to things. I've got to back out of that. No. Oh, fuck. Give me a second. Slight distraction, folks. We have a clash. I use a note-taking app on 2 different devices, and it's supposed to synchronize so there isn't a clash. But apparently there is. It looks like they might have both been updated without taking a note of each other. I hate that. And there isn't a built-in diff program. In programming, we use a tool called diff to spot the difference between 2 files and to automatically merge differences across. Which way am I going? Where's the fucking... Oh, it's just taking too long. Oh, because the 2 screens are different sizes on the different. It thinks it's got the wrong number of pages. That's an issue. How many have I gone past? Okay, Sunday. Who's got the... That one ends at 13:30. That one's gone on. We'll keep that note. Okay. Alright, now I can come out of it. Now I can go find the note that I'm actually after. Sorry about this, folks. My hashtag is Michael, not Mike, from County Durham. There we go. It's almost like I've got a memory. It's Michael. I said Michael, and I had to confirm. And now I'll have more of a chance to remember it next time, mate. But yeah, you're right. Okay. It was. There are quite a few Daves and Davids, quite a few Steves and Stevens, and Mikes and Michaels. Yeah. Where was I? I was prattling on it. Well, we were talking. Were we still on the friendship definition? Class as a friend if we talk when we see each other. Yeah, you're a friend if you know them and you're not an enemy. Then you're a friend. Unless it's like the merest casual acquaintance. I guess things like workmates and schoolmates are a bit of a topic as well, because you're forced together. So you get on while you're at work, so you're workmates, but are you actually friends? Again, it probably depends how much you socialise outside of work. But it's one of those blurred lines things, maybe. David Schofield from down the way here, a little bit south of us. Hello, David. How are you doing? I don't think I've seen you in a little while. Actually, it's probably only 2 or 3 weeks. I think I saw you and I said the same thing then. Haven't seen you in a while. All good, mate. Coping with the supposed lack of sunlight, according to the weather forecasts, and the thunderstorm that we're in the middle of, but that isn't happening. In fact, now I'm working on a better way of doing this, folks. I'm going to get a copy of OBS or something installed. There's another program I've got installed on there, I think, that will do similar thing, but just on mobile, where you can show screens and share screens and bring other stuff across. But for now, I'm going to just do this. Yeah, look, this is phenomenal. I'm just going to show you this because this is a total piss tank. It's been pissing me off all week. If you pardon the Anglo-Saxon vernacular. Let me see if I can. I've got to get my knee up to support that. I'm going to bring this across. I'm going to unplug this. I won't be needing the light, I don't think. But I'm going to turn. How visible is that? Maybe I turn the brightness up on the tablet a little bit. Whoa, get that out of the way. You don't want that. That's private. Okay, let's see if we can get some focus on where it needs to be. Now, do you see that 11 o'clock, well, 12 o'clock slot that just shows a cloud and the moon and no rain or thunder and lightning? Earlier, that was thunder and lightning and rain. And the one next to it that's just showing a cloud and lightning, no rain, that was heavy rain with thunder and lightning. And all of the rest, all night long, through to tomorrow, were all, you bugger, they were all thunder and lightning. I've got my hand in the wrong place now, folks. I've got to just adjust. They were all, why is it not scrolling? They were all thunder and lightning. And now they've all just, once we get there, it evaporates. And it's been doing this for the last 3 days, with either heavy rain or thunderstorms. And as soon as we get to that, you watch it. I'll come back to this as we get nearer to midnight, and you'll see that the midnight one will suddenly not be thunder and lightning. I think these guys are in an office somewhere and they stick their head out and they say, oh, the weather's all right, and they just update that next hour. I've been coping with that shit since I saw the weather forecast on Tuesday. Well, let me turn this. There's the lamp on top of 3 beers. I don't know if you can see that. You can see the beer can there. I brought my last 4 beers across from the fridge. I have to have something to stand the lamp on. Ordinarily, or ideally, I'd leave the beer in the fridge, wouldn't I? Keep it cool. Instead it's out here getting warm. But I opened the first one here, the first of the night, on at the start, well, not even at the start of the stream. I had orange juice first. The next one I'm going to have with lemon. I've got some lemonade here. Has everything been okay? Been catching up on some of your videos. Do you still have trouble with mice? No mice so far this this autumn, winter. Normally they would have been here by now. Last year they were pestering me way before Christmas. The year before that it was mice and rats, I think. Was that the year before? I think it was. This will be my 4th Christmas in the field, but yeah, normally they would be here before now. I'm wondering if I got them all in one go last year. No, I can't have, because I had 2, didn't I, a few months ago in my chocolates, and I got them the next day. Maybe the message has gone out. Mice that come here disappear. Old Mo's Almanac. Do they still do it? Is it still a thing? Because it gives you it tells you the obvious stuff like the equinoxes and solstices and things, but it also eclipses and stuff. I don't know if they still publish it, but yeah, you get all of that. If the fruit is plentiful on the trees, then it's going to be a tough winter, because it knows in advance. It's fattening the fruit up for the birds or whatever, for the animals. You get all those old wives' tale kind of things. Used to be a guy in Yorkshire on Yorkshire TV. Well, he was never on, but after the news, they'd do the proper weather forecast, and then they'd read out this thing from this bloke. Was he called William Froggatt? That's the name that's in my head. William Froggatt. F-R-O, I presume double G-A-T-T. And he was one of these red sky at night, shepherd's delight, you know. Red sky in the morning, your barn's on fire. He's one of these kind of guys, and he'd give, the molehills this year are particularly high, and that means they're digging deeper into the ground, and they're preparing because it's going to be a cold one. Who knows? I mean, maybe. I'm going to check whether I've got that name right. After the calendar news finished in the 70s, whenever calendar finished, presented at the time by Richard Whiteley. Oh, and the other guy, the guy that became an MP. I can picture him and I can't remember his name. Kind of Austin Mitchell? Is that an MP? I'll look him up after. I think that's him. I don't know how I remembered that. I don't normally remember names that easily. But then again, I remembered William Froggatt. Or at least I think I do. William Froggatt. What are you going to say? Weather? He wasn't a presenter. No. 1970s. That's Michael Fish. That's got nothing to do with anything. YTV Weatherman. High-res stock photo. Yorkshire Television, YTV? Maybe? Is it just a picture? It's just a picture. He looks like the kind of guy though. He's got the tweed jacket and a pipe and oh, how about type? Should I type calendar? What was it called? Is that what the news was called? Calendar. No. Okay, someone else has written Bill Froggatt, anyone. As I recall, he was always very accurate. And who needs the Met Office when there's a bank holiday on the calendar? I think Bill Froggatt, William Froggatt, that'd be the same bloke. I shall look it up further in my own time, folks. I won't hold you up too much on that. I was going to look up Austin Mitchell. That was definitely a news presenter on calendar who went on to become a Labour MP. Well, back when Labour was a proper party, looking after the working man and the working class people. I shall say no more. Political parties run by lawyers doesn't work for me. Are you talking to me, folks, or has my chat frozen? No. Michael said, has everything been okay? I've been catching up on some of your old videos. No trouble with mice at the minute. I've got 4 traps out. I think I've accidentally triggered them all. I got my hand in one the other week, which was a little bit... I think I said, I was reaching down for something. I forgot I'd moved a couple of them around. And it bit me. It got me. A glancing blow, actually. I think somehow I got my hand away quick. That hand's been cramping up in this spot between the thumb and the index finger, pointing finger. It's been cramping up a little bit since then, and I thought it was because of the mouse trap, but then the other hand started cramping up. In fact, yeah, just when I just did that, then it kind of hurt a bit tender. So maybe my diet's off or something. My body's cramping. My feet were doing it the other day. The arch of the foot was kind of cramping. My diet must be off. I must be lacking something. Don't know. I guess I haven't been eating much in the way of red meat. Quite a lot of chicken from people. I had duck the other day. I mean, duck's a little bit more gamey than chicken, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know if it'd be classed as red meat. Um, Dark meat, I guess, like the chicken thighs. Don't know. But something might be off with my diet, and probably is. Through most of summer, I wasn't eating very regularly or very well, except for the bits that people brought me. When Anthony brings me a breakfast, or Tom sometimes brings me a breakfast, or a chicken dinners on Friday is a big one with Tom. He goes to the main market, the main Torrevieja market on a Friday, and gets a pollo asado, what spit roast chicken or whatever, roast chicken. So yeah, if I haven't been eating well, okay, look now, that's interesting. I said I wondered whether my chat had frozen. It hadn't. I didn't think that I was up to date with the latest messages, but it's jumped backwards, and I'm seeing messages that weren't there before. So David said he's doing okay, thanks. I didn't see that. Sorry, mate. I would have responded quicker. Hold on. Neil Davidson says Brady's #1 fan. Which Brady? I don't want to jump to conclusions there. What am I missing? Almost almanac, we had that. Sign of Nature said 12 here. Is that a temperature? What's the temperature here? I didn't look. If that's what we're discussing, let me give you the weather summary. The temperature at least. Currently 16. And it's not going to drop below 14 all night. So it's quite a warm one. And supposedly now we're going to get about 2.5 millimeters of rain over the next 3 hours. When we started this was reading 9 or 10 millimeters over the next few hours, and it hasn't rained yet, but the figures are dropping. It won't fucking happen. I'm getting confident now that this rain is just illusory. The 10 o'clock rain disappeared, the 11 o'clock rain disappeared, and now we're just left with midnight until 3. The 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock hours. They won't happen. Or if they do, it won't be much. It's just a pisser. So yeah, 16 degrees here. Okay. That's good. They can be a nightmare. I'm petrified of them. I'm not petrified of them. It upsets me after I've killed them. And whether I've killed them by stomping on them, kicking them, or in a trap. It upsets me even more if the trap goes off and I look and the fuckers are still wriggling. That hasn't happened yet with these traps. It tends to clunk dead. With the dozen or so that it's maybe a bit more than that now, isn't it? It might be as many as 15 that we've killed in total after that first week when Adam and Mel got me the traps. They'd been annoying me for 3 fucking months, and we killed 6 in that first night, and by the end of the week we'd got about 10 or 11. Like I said, there's been a couple more since, but I've seen or heard no sign of any. A couple of times I've thought there's been some rustling, but you can hear a light breeze on the fabric of the tent can send a wave of fabric rustling right down the tent or towards me, and you can mistake that for a mouse scurrying around on the floor. Fred Dibner says Jenny, not Jenny. Fred Dibner, the steeplejack. He was great. He got the wisdom of the ages with guys like that. Put herbs in your food: cayenne, black pepper, chia seeds, turmeric. Stop mice. I hear all sorts. Essential oils, lavender and citronella and any of those. The problem with volatile chemicals is that they don't smell for very long. David's got thunder. You're a little bit south of me, aren't you? I can't remember how far. Is it Punta Prima? Or are you further? I've got no idea which way the wind's even going. Let me look. Is it coming at me from the south? I thought it was coming from the east. Which would explain why the trees are defending me at the minute. Does this one tell me? This weather forecast's a bit rubbish. Does it tell me the wind direction? It says it's northeast. From the northeast. Which can't be right. It's blowing a gale out there. I can hear it's blowing a gale. But the northeast is a passage. I've got a bank of trees at the north and a bank on the... a bank on the north and a bank on the east. But there is a passage between, an opening in between. From the northeast it would get me. And I can hear it's blowing an absolute gale. But I've got relative calm here. So it's coming more from the east, I would suggest. Which means that your thunder there is probably not coming to me. Probably not. Probably not coming to me. Yeah, see, the wind moves slightly and suddenly I'm getting buffeted, but it's relatively minor. Got thunder here. Mark Boland Jeepster. Some of you mentioned, some of you throw words out and it's just random. Is it me? What am I missing? I've got 2 or 3 comments that I've got no context for. Rip off Britain, where do you dispose of your waste? Have you been approached by municipal sanitation officials? No, I haven't been approached by municipal sanitation officials. I dispose of my waste in a similar way to disposing of dog waste. It gets double bagged in my case, and then it gets put in a carrier bag. When the carrier bag's full enough, it goes into a proper full bin bag. So really it's like 4, it's quadruple bagged one way or another, and it goes in the bin, same as the dog waste. Where do you dispose of your waste? Best Christmas, last Christmas. Is that a question, or are we singing George Michael lyrics? Robert, I had a good Christmas last Christmas. I don't think it was my best while I've been homeless. My first Christmas was kind of wonderful. My first Christmas homeless. I was doing the bin rounds and there was this big, like commercial-sized black bin bag, the kind of thing that you could crawl into. You could use it as a tent almost. Certainly a sleeping bag. And it was full. It was absolutely full of cooked pastries and pies and pasties and pizzas. Just ready to eat, unpack and eat. I had a fire built. I had my Yule log picked out and set up. I was ready for cooking over an open fire, and I never lit it once. I had so much ready-made food. Basically I was walking on Christmas morning, dog walk, back when she could, and there's this lady around the corner. Let's call her eccentric. She walks cats, but not on a lead. She just goes out and calls them and they all come running to her, and then she walks them back to her house or whatever. She was walking along and she was unwrapping this pie, this pasty, whatever you want to call it, empanada maybe. And she pulled another one out of her pocket and waved it at me. and I wondered what was going on. She couldn't have been shopping that morning because everything's closed on Christmas Day. So, and she kind of waved down the road towards the bin, and when I got there, there's this big bin full, and at that point, I always had a Mercadona shopping bag, carrier bag, the king of shopping bags, Mercadona shopping bags. I went there, I just filled my bag, took it back, came back with another bag, and I thought, fuck it. I put what I could into the Mercadona bag again to reduce the overall weight of the big bag. I put the Mercadona bag on one shoulder, and I just picked the other bag, the big bag up. It was light enough, just light enough for me to carry by now, and I just walked home with the whole fucking lot. And I think the next day we walked down the same place, and there were 6 or 7 pizzas, full-size pizzas, the ones that you buy in the supermarket in a plastic round tray inside a cardboard box. And you're supposed to put them in, take them out, put them in the oven, and cook them for 20 minutes, kind of thing. I got a load of those. I left a couple in case anybody was in a similar situation to me. They would have got taken away by the bin men that night. I took most of what was there, brought them back here, and over the next week, I was the 2 frying pan thing. Put the pizza in the smaller frying pan, upturn a larger frying pan over the top. You've got direct heat on the bottom of the pizza, and you've got heat coming around of one frying pan, going under the upper frying pan to form an oven, kind of like a Dutch oven, but with more ventilation. And yeah, no, all through New Year I had these pies, pasties, empanadas. There were some sausage roll type things, but they don't really do sausage rolls here. But it is a meat. Sometimes it's a salmon or something as well, like a minced, like a mush. But some of them were filled with chocolate. Some of them were sweet. To look at, it was difficult to tell the difference between a sweet one and a savoury one. Most of them had labels on. I'm fairly sure it was a supermarket manager or deputy manager. And when the shop was going to be closed for 2 days over Christmas, everything that would have been on its expiry date, there or thereabouts, got binned. And this guy was probably tasked just with getting rid of it. He's probably brought it home and taken out everything he needed for him and his family, or her and her family, and then just put the rest out. Not in the bin, just next to the bin, for anyone in need. I thought that was wonderful. You used to get quite a lot of food from that particular bin. There used to be the 4 packs of Maria biscuits, quite often, very often. Maria biscuits are like a rich tea for the Brits. Slightly stronger on the vanilla flavour. But they're very similar to they're thin, crispy kind of rich tea. What we got here? 2 message retracted. View deleted messages. Okay, we've got something going on. Surface erosion and longshore drift. Again, I need context. The wind and the weather, maybe. Peanut butter covered blocks of poison work as well. These traps work great if you put anything like that in. Burger relish, mayonnaise. I don't think I've got peanut. I think I threw my peanut butter out. But what's that other stuff? Would biscotti be a word? Is that a spread? It's like a biscuit flavoured spread. I think I've got a jar of that still, or half a jar. Municipal sanitation officials equal shitbusters. I don't leave a mess behind. I don't leave anything lying around. It's going to landfill anyway, isn't it? I don't see any harm in what I'm doing with mine. It's I mean, in other circumstances I may have dug a latrine, but I'm on a cliff top. as soon as you get 3 inches below the surface of the soil, you're hitting bedrock. This is why a lot of the trees are falling over. Their roots go outwards but not downwards, or not down much. So there's not even any digging a latrine. It is Punta Prima. I thought you were down that way, David. Yeah. So you're not far from me. I'm not sure how. I've walked through there and onto Lasagna, mainly to the shopping centre, Lasagna Boulevard, which didn't exist when I first came here in 1997. I think it was being talked about. I think it might have been planning, might have been in process. What's going on with the deleted messages? What am I missing? Okay, I'm going to view one. Yeah, no, I still don't know. Retracted, deleted, retracted. Are we pocket dialing or something? Are we pocket typing? Terry, hello mate. Hello Terry. Here we go. Just in REM. That's your bodily being or something. Not a quasi persona. England. Too much Latin for me. Not a quasi person. You're not a half person. Maybe. If quasi means quasi, meaning half or partial. Talking about corporations and how a company is a legal body and incorporated. In law, it's a body, it's a person. Living being not a legal fiction. If you're alive, you're not. So a corporation, an incorporated entity, limited companies and councils and things that are incorporated are, what wording did you just use? A legal fiction. Whereas a real person is a real person. Banned for 30 minutes. Was it just like random letters or something, or is it nastiness? No, I don't think so. I think he's been fine in the past. Robert's been good. I think maybe it's just mistype. Maybe keyboard playing up. Okay, a timeout. Sort out technology if that's what it is. Not a problem, mate. Not a problem. 19 people here. 17. Thumbs up, folks. Come on. If I'm entertaining you at all, I know I might not be, but if, it's conditional, if I'm entertaining you at all, give it a go. The storm, just an update. If you're here because you saw the thumbnail and you're wondering what's happening, supposedly I'm in the middle of a heavy thunderstorm. Today was supposed to, a few days ago, they were saying today was going to be 37, 38, 39 millimeters of rain. So far, we've had less than a millimeter. It was the lightest of light rain showers this morning while I was making my coffee. I just stood out in it and ignored it. It didn't even get wet. Slightly moist. I use that word deliberately because so many don't like it. But yeah, I came back inside after I got my coffee and my porridge made. Came inside, and by the time I'd finished eating my porridge, I was totally dry. Just body heat, just evaporated it. And that's been about it. We had breaks in the supposed solid cloud with sunshine. I got the EcoFlow charge up to 90% plus, and then I had enough spare power to run the freezer for an hour or two. I put it on and forgot about it as usual. Used up more of the power than I intended. But that's alright. Like I said, I got it to spare compared to what I was expecting for this week. Now there is a lot of heavy wind out there, but on the whole I'm being sheltered from it by a bank of trees, 2 banks of trees. Every now and again the direction of the wind changes a little bit and I get rocked a little bit like that. But it's something and nothing. So the storm that isn't, at least so far. And as I keep checking the weather forecast, it keeps retracting and receding. What was thunder and lightning all night long is now due to stop at 3 o'clock. What was 9 millimeters of rain that became 7 millimeters of rain is now under 2.5 millimeters in the next 3 hours. And that'll probably disappear by the time we get there. What can you do, folks? Weather forecasts. Weather forecasts. You gotta love them. Or hate them. So there's even an official moderate thunderstorm warning from 11 o'clock this morning until Monday 6 o'clock, 6 a.m. I've heard one clap of thunder all day, and it was so distant it didn't even bother the dog. And she's petrified of anything like that. I haven't got time to sit and read through them all. They just look like random, like half-typed words. Like I said, maybe a keyboard issue while he's trying to type. I'm not sure what's going on. Tom, I didn't see you arrive. This is the weird thing, folks. I'm scrolling down, and then when I go back, there are messages that weren't there. You're in a vortex. Could be. There is a storm. It's got a name. I read it earlier, but it didn't stick. Names don't always stick in my mind. Now I can't click on view deleted. Now the screen's just not reacting to me. I don't know. I'll come back. Oh, I probably can't come back to it tomorrow. Yeah, well, when I scroll so far back, it won't let me read them. I think that's just my phone, the screen sensitivity. I could listen to your stories all day. You should write a book about your life. It's under consideration. Before I got a phone, before two ladies, Tina and Anita, bought me a phone 3 years ago, I was keeping notes in a written pad. Every now and again I come across them. There's a couple. I filled one and there's another. I think the first one was a receipt book. Receipt on one side, blank the other, and someone has dropped it on the street or thrown it away next to a bin or something. And I was using the backs of the pages. So there are some written notes from way back. Then I've got all of I got my main notebook with all my TrampCast notes, which are TrampCast proper, 7 days in the life of. And now I do them on the Samsung devices, the phone and the tablet, in the Samsung Notes app. So between them all, I've got a pretty comprehensive record. We've also got my ramblings from when I started the YouTube channel. Officially, I created the channel April the 1st. Is that 2.5 years ago? Maybe. I can't work out what year that would be. 2.5 years ago. 2023? Probably. But I didn't upload my first video until May, I think. Maybe the last week in April, maybe May. So I've got all the videos. I've got, as long as YouTube don't ban me and delete my channel or anything. I did initially. I was downloading and keeping my own copies of my videos, but it was filling up my portable hard drive too quickly. A hard drive donated by a lovely Welsh bloke, not Welsh, I keep saying Welsh, that might have offended him, Irish bloke, Owen. Less stress on the E, there isn't an E. How was it spelled? Oh, there is an E right at the beginning. E-O-G-H-N? Something like that. I keep saying Welsh, Irish. Owen. That you don't hear, that it's like Owen, but you don't hear an E in the middle. But he got me quite a few things. He brought me the watch, which the watch still works, but the strap's fallen apart. It perished. The plastic doesn't survive out here in Spanish sun. I could listen to your stories all day. That's nice. People used to say they loved my voice and would I do audio books, and I started and nobody was listening. So and my phone broke at the time, so that kind of lost. And I was right on the next chapter had the N word in it, and I was in a bit of a quandary. You know me and my views on that word. I wanted to say it because it's in the book, and I wanted to do a literal reading of the book, but I know that could get me in trouble. So I was hesitating, and once the phone broke and I'd hesitated too long, I'd actually recorded it with the word on a phone that then broke. Probably entirely repairable. It was the USB port, the micro USB port. Put the cable in one day and it went crunch. So the USB port needs fixing, replacing. But I know of nowhere to get that done here. And at the time, disabled dog. How do you get there? What do? You've got to go there, drop it off. You got to go and pick it back up again. Oh, you got to find a place first. I mean, yeah. No, that didn't happen. But friends stepped in and resupplied me, oversupplied me. I now have. Oh, was it? Hold on. Was it Owen that gave me the tablet in the first place? The first tablet, which is still here, still functional, but very, very slow. But it worked great. I mean, it was my primary viewing. When it came to YouTube, I only used it for YouTube, using the phone's hotspot, but the tablet, I don't know where I've put it at the minute, but I've still got that, and that's still functional. I think, does that bring the tally to 3? I think I've got 3 tablets at the minute. Yeah. Tablets, phones, laptop. I don't do bad for a tramp in a field, folks, and that's all down to generosity of you guys, and some of you have become, you know, fairly close friends. Oh, very well. My friend Karen, obviously. Karen and her family. Karen, her husband, and her mum. Hi, Christine. If you're out there, you're probably not watching this late, but I'll send a timestamp to Karen. So, hi, Christine. Merry Christmas, darling. See you next year. Have you gone quiet on me, folks? There's 20 of you out there and there's only about 2 talking to me. Next topic, folks. Or do I have to come up with one? Can I come up with one? Oh, I guess we should. I will express my condolences to the people of Australia, and in particular people around the Bondi Beach area and the Jewish community in Australia. The events of earlier today, shocking, horrific. Anyone who's watched the video of the Have a Go hero taking the gun off the baddie, it's up to 15 or 16 now, Fama. 15 or 16 dead and another 20 odd injured. There were two assailants, 2 shooting, and there were father and son allegedly at the minute. Anybody think that the guy who took the gun should have shot the guy? He flat out should have finished him. The scene was insecure. At the time I made this statement on Twitter. It would have been self-defense to just blow the guy away, even though you've disarmed him. The scene was insecure. You don't know if he's got a backup weapon. He could have had a knife or a pistol. He could have, and there could have been a second shooter, and as it transpires, there was. Should have popped him. Should have just finished him. 2 to the body, 1 to the head. Bang, bang, bang. Make sure he's down and gone. And then secure the area. But be careful. If you've got a gun in your hand at a shooting scene, when the police arrive, you've got to be careful you don't get popped. But he would have, in my humble opinion, he would have been absolutely justified. I think he let the guy get away. And then the cop catch a person of interest later. Should have popped him. Should have dropped him. No fucking... You're in the middle of a terrorist attack. Ongoing shooter. You don't know there isn't a second one. And like I said, it turns out I was right. And there was a second shooter. And they'd set up a kill zone. One from one end, one from on a bridge. They were shooting fish in a barrel. Yeah, no, well done that man for taking the gun. And you probably were worried that if you'd pulled the trigger you'd have been in trouble. Somebody might have considered making you be in trouble, and Australia can be a little bit overwoke and oversensitive, and you look at the rules they were trying to do during COVID. But if the cops had tried to arrest him or charge him if he had popped the terrorist, there would have been an absolute international fucking outcry. I'd have popped him. And my justification is absolutely terrorist attack, insecure scene, possible attempt to flee, possible backup weapons, and possible second shooter, maybe third, who fucking knows. Pop, 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 2 to the body, 1 to the head. Even if after you've put 2 in the body, if he's lying on the ground, go stand over him, put the gun against his head, pull the trigger. Do it like the SAS would do it. Don't fucking mess. The SAS are trained, when they storm a plane, after they've put everybody down, they walk through afterwards and put another one direct through the head. No fucking messing, make sure, job's done. Terrorists. Rules go out the fucking window. I'd have popped the guy, and then I would have gone looking to see if there were others that needed popping. YouTube, if you're watching this, don't be dicks. We all fucking think it. Pop, pop, pop. And we return to your normal viewing. But yeah, condolences to anybody at the scene, everyone involved, to their families, friends, you know, obviously relatives, but to the Jewish community and to people in general, people in the area. It's horrendous. And without getting too political or too racist, how long can we carry on with it, folks? You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to spell it out here again. Who could have predicted it? Almost anybody. I didn't know it was... I thought that the festival they're celebrating, I thought it overlapped more with Christmas. Is it Hanukkah? I thought it overlapped more with the Christmas period. I don't know whether it's a movable feast, literally, religious festival feast. I don't know if it's movable. I don't know if it's near Christmas but not at Christmas. I'm ignorant on the subject. But if I'd known it was a Jewish holiday, festival, celebration, nah, I could have predicted it. Didn't we just have one in Germany? They've foiled a plot to ram raid a Christian market, a Christmas market. And who was the leader? The fucking imam. Who could have predicted that? All over the world, yeah, we've opened our doors to what can you say? Let me come up with a phrasing that's not too extreme. My views are fairly fucking extreme, but you know, you have to temper your words sometimes. I was just saying I didn't want my channel taking down and deleting, so I personally think it's time to kick them all out. If they can't police each other, if their leaders, their religious leaders, are at the centre of coordinating events, as in the Germany case, if you've got fathers bringing up sons that are called jihad, who could have fucking predicted? That was a few weeks ago, wasn't it? Import the third world, become the third world. If they won't tone themselves down, if they won't police themselves, if they won't police each other, go. Get back. One way or another, you've got to go. Whether we offer an incentive, here's your flight and 500 quid, now fuck off. Whether we just round them up and put them on a boat back, or a plane back, or if the government don't start doing something, there will be more extreme solutions to the problem, and they won't be pleasant. YouTube, predicting, not advocating. I'm advocating for them fucking off back. They got to go one way or another. They have to. They're not going to police each other. They're not going to police themselves. And their behaviour is intolerable. And the ones that are telling us to tolerate it will probably end up getting put against the wall. If it does go the way that I suggested a moment ago it might. Not advocating. Not saying it should happen. Want to avoid it. Send them back now. The government and the opposition to government are both inexplicably allied and aligned with telling us to stop being racist and to shut up and don't create disorder. We can't just keep putting up with it. There was someone on Twitter trying to defend it because the guy, the have-a-go hero that stopped them, allegedly, at the point they said was a Muslim. I've heard somebody say no, he's obviously of Southeast Asian extraction, but somebody said no, he's some kind of faction of Christian. I don't. It's all rumours and who knows yet. The facts are not sorted, but it's only a matter of time before people say enough's enough. And if the government don't do something about it, the people will. And when they're finished, they'll turn on the people that have been protecting them and advocating for them. So, a message to Labour MPs, I guess, and to Tory as well, probably, because you're part of the problem. Start changing now, or you've got a fucking whirlwind of trouble headed your way. Again, just for clarity, not advocating, predicting. Here endeth the lecture. Fabians. I don't know much about the Fabian Society. They seem to be one of the less secret societies. It seems that you can identify members fairly readily, so I'm not sure. Everyone in the media totally shocked that such an atrocity could occur. Yeah, totally unforeseeable, isn't it? A Jewish festival in a tight locale, in a you know, in a small area, and the race of peace, the religion of peace, having an absolute hatred for all things Jewish. Who could possibly have predicted it? And father and son. Those guys are walking around. If you've got a family like that where you've got... They're walking around preaching their extremism and telling everybody their opinions all the time. They haven't kept that a fucking secret. They're going to be on known watch lists. You watch as the news catches on and starts to come out. When the Australian security services start giving briefings, or the police in liaison with security services, these guys are going to be on a fucking watch list. One of the guys is going to have a name like Jihad or something. There's going to be all these clues and signals. The son was probably thrown out of school for his attitude to women. There's going to be all sorts of signals and visible trigger points, and you're going to wonder how the fuck did they not get rounded up earlier? Which way did that it jumped? Okay, it jumped up. I'm going to go back. Immigration's a failed experiment. Immigration itself can work. I mean, I'm an immigrant in a foreign country. I'm actually illegal, technically. I didn't enter the country illegally. I became illegal later. Immigration between similar cultures, or similar nations with the same or similar cultures. So Western European, which is going to include America, Canada, etc. Australia, New Zealand. It's strange somewhere as far east as Australia and New Zealand, but you're calling it a Western European culture. They're the same as us. They are us. They're us that have gone on our travels. But there are other cultures and religions that I would happily accept. Don't think we have big problems with Hindus and Buddhists. Now, they have problems between themselves. In India, they'll go on rampages and riots and killing sprees against each other. But on the whole, when it comes to Western European cultures, they seem peaceable enough. They don't come into our country with plans to take it over and make it theirs and slaughter. They're not chanting from the river to the sea. There's none of that. They have inter-religious conflicts, but not. That's just with each other. I don't know. It seems to be the religion of peace, and I think it's because a lot of them they're ignorant of the contents of their own religious books. They get told the interpretation of it by the imam. Imam. I'm not sure whether the final letter's an N or an M. Again, my ignorance. But a lot of them don't even read the book. They just get told the interpretation of the, and the guy in charge might be really radical, and apparently often is. You got to wonder how did they foil this one in Germany that they've just foiled. I think that they have. I think the security services have people in the congregation tracking and listening to the attitude of the preacher guy, the imam. I'm going to go with an M at the end, but I don't know. Are we doing that? Are we planting people in their congregation? Congregation's probably not even the right word, but are we putting people in there to monitor the opinions and the teachings of the preacher fella? Because it seems like we should be. Now Australia has quite tight gun control, doesn't it? I was under the impression. Maybe in the outback and stuff, but I guess once you've got a gun you can go anywhere with it, can't you? I don't know. You're going to see some kind of tightening of gun laws, I would imagine. Especially in urban areas and coastal areas. Tina, what's wrong, babe? What's wrong? Come and say hello to the peoples. Let me get off this subject, folks. I just wanted to kind of commiserate and share my feelings with the people of Australia, who maybe no one will even see this. But I don't want to get too political or too racist. Iffy wielder in Torrevieja. Probably a typo, Keith. I'm not sure. Who could have predicted it? Fabians. Everyone in the media shocked. Yeah. The problem is that the media is dominated by the left, who want to defend these people, and they're pretending there's no pattern. We can all see we are pattern matching animals. That's why we see, when you look in the fireplace and you see a face, or you look in the clouds and you see Father Christmas. We're pattern matching animals, and they're denying their own nature. They can't see the pattern. They think that we're all just racist, Islamophobic. There's no such word. It's not a phobia to spot a pattern and act on it. You see a man running towards you wielding a machete. Do you assume that he was just busy chopping carrots and that he's not really looking to do you any harm? Or does pattern matching kick in and you think, angry man waving machete running at me might be dangerous? That's my thought process. Spot a pattern. I am apparently now live again. Don't know how long I was gone, hope it was microseconds. Pattern matching. See a pattern, respond based on the pattern. That's survival, that's how survival happens. The ones who don't spot the pattern, historically, you know, see a saber-toothed tiger running towards you, run. Now, there would have been one point in history where people didn't. Or half of them didn't. Some of them didn't. Some did. The ones who ran survived and got to have kids and families and grow up. And the ones that didn't got eaten and their genes didn't get passed on. And so over time, the ones who spotted the pattern became the mass, became the masses, became everybody, eventually. We're pattern matching animals. People who suppress that for whatever reason, suicidal empathy, let's be nice, let's not call them names, let's not, that pattern can't, it's not everybody, they're not all shooting everybody. That's just ridiculous. 2 of them shoot 16 or 17 people dead and injure another 20 odd. Oh, they didn't all do it. Well, the 2 that were there did. It's crazy. Somebody listed, well, they on Twitter, they put an image of somebody else's list, like a graphic, so that you couldn't get the text, but it was miles long, all of the terrorist attacks by that particular group. And you've got somebody there saying, oh, here's 3 terrorist attacks that were foiled by Muslims. It's like, yeah, but who were the attackers that they foiled? And how many were dead before they foiled them? Suicidal empathy. I want to move on though. I don't want to keep going on with it because I'll look racist. Perhaps the perps had mental health issues. Yeah, 2 of them at a time. Let's have a vigil on their behalf. Yeah. Putting people in the congregation doesn't work. They just do private sermons. It could be. You could eavesdrop. You could plant bugs or whatever. Monitor communications, emails, whatever. Letters. I don't know. Phone calls. Exhibit 1, Mike. Government are not for the people. We can go back to this. I think you're right. I've said before that the aim of government is to take your money and hand it to big business. I'm not sure quite where allowing so many foreigners in fits in. Cheaper workforce, but a workforce that will hate you and that will hate the rest of society around you. People who are in business still have to live in our society somewhere. usually they still live amongst us. Most business owners live amongst us. Now, the really rich, the really large companies, Elon Musk, etc., Bill Gates, they don't live amongst us. They live in a mansion tucked away in a gated community with private security. They don't live amongst us in the same way. So I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure on why it's being allowed, what the driving force is. There are theories, this replacement theory stuff. Not the biggest believer in it, but it's a theory that can't be disproven. It can't be. I can't reject it entirely at this point. It's a hypothesis that remains open. I cannot. It's not like so obvious that I can reject the null hypothesis that that's not what it is, but it makes you wonder what's behind it. Why are they allowing it? Asylum seekers go to the next safe country. If that one country's overflowing, you go to the next. If you need to go somewhere else because there's so many, then you go to another country of a similar culture. If Britain was wrecked, I don't know, if some volcano appeared out of nowhere, or an earthquake or something, and Britain was absolutely wrecked, you'd go to a country with a similar outlook, a similar society, a similar culture. Maybe not France. Joking, Frenchies, joking. But you'd go to another Western European style country. Your first stop would be a France or an Ireland, because we have history and culture pretty much shared values, although we've got some negative history with both. If you needed to go further afield, you've got America, Canada, Australia. You've got the rest of Europe, Spain, Italy, Greece, I don't know, Germany. Again, we've had our misunderstandings in the past, if you want to put it that way. But I'm not heading off to somewhere with a totally different culture. I'm not going to go and try and take over Pakistan. I don't know. Let's move on. I heard lead solves mental health problems, a single dose. I'd go a triple dose. 2 to the body, 1 to the head. Hurty words in law doesn't exist. Well, it does nowadays. If paired with a hurty action. So if you punch someone in the face, that was always illegal. But if you punch them in the face and call them the N-word, or whatever, then those hurty words escalate things. But yeah, money always the reason. Could be. Oscar's in the house. I don't think I've seen you before now. Could we not discuss this further? No, I want to. Innocent people have died, I know. We'll move on. $7,500 each for putting C19 word on certificate. That can't be right. That can't be how much a doctor gets paid to certify a death. Can it? Always slagging the French, that word just followed, doesn't it? Well, so... I'm not going to say that. Because we're going to move on from that topic, and I was bringing Morocco, Algeria, Libya and whatever in. The other one. The one where I had on honeymoon and now I can't think of the name. The fuck? What kind of mental brain block is that? Where did it? Tunisia. I knew it began with a T and I couldn't get there. All of those places were French colonies, and they've for 30, 40 years they've had an influx into France, and France has had a lot of problems going further back than us with that religion. Oscar was lurking. That's okay, mate. Lurking's fine. Yeah. For the family's respect, we'll move on. You're going to see a lot of discussion in the coming days and weeks in Australia and outwards around the world I mean, it's a massive attack, really. Other topics then, folks. Let's move on from there. My thunderstorms, look, are still not happened. What's the time? I said that when we got to midnight, that the thunder and lightning symbol would disappear. And we'll have a look. And it's almost like I'm fucking genius. Let me show you. Oh, can I get my knees up? Knees up, Mother Brown. Knees up, Mother Brown. Okay. Does anybody remember when this started? When this stream started, and they were predicting 7, 8, or 9 millimeters of rain, and then it fell to 5. In the coming 3 hours, they've got less than 1 millimeter of rain. The thunder and lightning symbol. Let me bring you in. Turn the camera around, and I know this isn't a great way of doing it, but look at that. 12 o'clock, midnight, was thunder and lightning. That's gone. And when we get to 1 o'clock, that one will disappear. Down the bottom, we've got the predicted rainfall. I just scrolled slightly. There. Oh, fuck. So nothing in this hour. Less than 1 millimeter in the next 2 hours after that combined. They keep saying thunder and lightning, and as we get there, it recedes. It goes away. And they've been doing it all week. They might as well just admit it's bullshit. Whoa, welcome to your daily board. I don't know what that is. I don't want to be welcomed to it. Continue. No. Customize your screen. Quick. Where's the back button? Fuck off. I don't even know what that is. I don't know, folks. Technology. It's great until it's not. I guess like weather forecast. I'm here still, look. Where are we? 2 hours in. I'm here on my first beer. What kind of gayness is this? I'll have to be careful how I hold the can. When your limp wrist kicks in and you start spilling your beer. Homophobic again, yeah? Okay. The Liam Neeson movie, Darkman. Darkman. Was that one of those noir kind of superhero ones? When he helps somebody, he gives them a ring or something like that, and it, one day I'll need a favour from you. Is that one of them ones? I might have totally the wrong thing. It sounds like a cartoon character. Keep the freaking beer away from the lamp. No, it's the lamp I need to keep away from the beer. PS1 game. It wouldn't have come out of nowhere though, would it? It would have been a... Oh, hold on. Are you saying about... Because you said Shadow Man and Farmer said Dark Man. Oh. I think he switched nostrils, the itch. It's definitely going to be some kind of... He had horribly burnt... He got horribly burnt, made skin that only lasted for a few hours. Okay. Oscar's just listening, enjoys my TrampCasts. Do you know, I do. It's the damnedest thing. And it probably sounds arrogant as fuck. But I do try and watch them all back. I got halfway through Friday nights and I fell asleep listening to... I put on in the afternoon the next day and fell asleep listening to myself. So I've got to go back and finish that. But what I did, I just listened to it through. Made a few mental notes, and then I need to go back another time and make, when you guys have said like a film to watch or a book to read, excuse me, or an article to read or a topic, I want to go back and make notes. Ideally, if I was any kind of organised person and not a procrastinator, I would do the whole timestamp thing on every TrampCast. You know, the topics that are being covered or the incidents or events that are happening. Yeah, I don't know. Somehow I never get round to it. But yeah, you know the chapters in the timeline, you can set up jumping off points. Pro can Terminator. Pro can can't be what you meant to type. How about Zoom? How about Zoom what? Procrastinator, there you go. Yeah, you see, I knew that Pro can Terminator couldn't be right. Yeah, I am a procrastinator. It is a life skill that I have. For better or for worse. I'm a professional level. I could be a fucking Olympic level procrastinator. In fact, I am. I should have been at the 1980 Olympics, but I've put it off that long. Fuck. What a dickhead. How about Zoom? Where are you going there, Keith? Zoom as in making a picture bigger, or Zoom the app, and why? Well, I've never used it. I never got involved. All of that during COVID, with people using Zoom, I never got in on it. We could go back to talking about Skype and how Skype lost its market. A long walk for a bad pun. Yeah. Pro can Terminator. Yeah. But how did Skype was the clear leader in video and voice communication over the internet. I mean, if you remember ICQ, I seek you, but with the 3 letters. And then Skype came along and it wiped the floor with all of those. Because it attached to actual real world phone lines back in the day. You could have your phone call go around the world on the internet and then leave just at the local branch exchange and just do the final leg of the call and pay local call rates in whichever country you were phoning. Plus a few cents for Skype. Pence, cents, whatever. Skype should have had that entire market sewn up. I remember when I worked for Joomla Shack, we'd have 4 or 5 of us on a video call at the same time. And this is in like 2008 when the internet wasn't that fast and wasn't that reliable. But Skype was pretty good. We'd just have it on in the background. We'd be sat there programming and graphic designing, different members of the team doing different things. And we just have it on in the background. It's just there. You might have an hour where nobody says anything, but it's still running, just so that you can, oh, how do I do this? Oh, what's this? What do you need me to do here? 5, 6, 8 hour long 5-way video calls. How did Skype lose it so badly? I guess the turning point was when Microsoft bought them and then didn't maintain it or didn't add new features, didn't improve it. In fact, made it worse. Your sign-in had to be through your Microsoft account in the end. Or half the time it did, and the other half worked anyway with your old Skype details. It became a mix and match fucking slop fest. You didn't know which credentials were needed where. And so they lost market share. And was it last year or the year before they folded? Skype is now gone, no longer exists. Maybe partially that thing about going around the world and doing the real world phone call, that's lost its usage as mobile phones became more ever present in our lives. And landlines fell entirely out of use. And even on mobiles, actual fucking phone calls have gone, haven't they? When was the last time you made an actual real phone call with your mobile? Rather than a WhatsApp or a Messenger? Or whatever the Apple equivalent is. iMessage? No. I can't fucking remember. I'm not an Apple guy. Working 5 hours. Hello, goodbye. Hello, goodbye. Number 100, aren't you? Subscriber 100. Don't think I got a name, but that's the details we have. Subscriber 100. Catch you later, mate. I say mate, I don't know lady or gent, but you're mate anyway. 5 hours, that's rough, yeah. I think to constrain the systems. Farmer likes calls instead of typing out a scientific journal or text or WhatsApp. I do voice via either Messenger or WhatsApp. I don't mind doing. I'm not a big fan of voice calls, but an actual phone call, using the phone app rather than WhatsApp or Messenger. I'm not sure I've ever made one on this phone. An actual phone call. Don't think so. I've received some, and they almost all end up blocked. They're never actually for me. They're either scams or telemarketers. They just get blocked. Karen's in the house. Perhaps only just arriving, yeah? In the last minute or so. Platforms are all data collection exercises, e.g. Facebook. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. I don't know if they've got the storage to keep voice calls. They maybe sample some, maybe they keep a random collection. Google have had about 20 different kind of phone call apps. The first one they did, it turned out it was a data collection thing. They wanted to capture samples of voice to run voice recognition software again. And I don't think they were open about what they were doing. They launched it as like a Skype alternative. And then it turned out they were just harvesting voice data, actual voices to run recognition software on. But I'm not sure that they've got the storage capacity to store every voice conversation ever. Text is easy. Text is small and can be compressed highly with zip type technology, compression technology. Voice is more difficult. It's already been compressed before it's transmitted, and they're not going to get any more compression on top of that. Or none. I mean, you can, but none that's worthwhile if the compression was good. Don't know, but you can say the actual normal telephone calls are digitized nowadays. They're digital, so it's the same storage. If they want to, if they're capable of storing, it's the same storage technology as with a WhatsApp or a Messenger or whatever else. Can't stay long, got an early start. Yeah. Sending out an SOS to the world was the police. Yeah. I sent out an SOS to the police. They've still not arrived. 2 phone calls that night. Cheers, folks. I missed top of the hour, didn't I, by some way? Why have I got a WhatsApp? Oh, no. WhatsApp is shite. Messenger I can have installed on 2 devices. I can be logged in on 2 devices, and whichever one I'm on will ping. They'll both ping. WhatsApp logged me out of here because I did it there, and now it pings me twice an hour to tell me that I'm logged out. Fortunately, I've got Do Not Disturb turned on, so Yeah, there's a message. Look, logged out. Your phone no longer your phone number is no longer registered on this phone. Whoa, 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 whoa! What did that say? Torrevieja storms. Thunderstorms likely in the next few hours. It said at 10 o'clock. Well, just before. Yeah, that hasn't happened. Every hour on the hour, the thunder and lightning symbol disappears from the next hour. It's been doing it all day. The whole of tomorrow was going to be heavy rain and multiple thunderstorms. Now tomorrow's bright and sunny most of the day. They got one thunderstorm somewhere around noon. That won't happen. Not if the rest of the day's sunny. That's just ridiculous. I'm no weatherman, but if it's warm all morning, if it's warm and sunny, and it's warm and sunny in the afternoon, thunderstorms require mixing of hot and cold air. Thunderstorms are more likely to happen day into night, so evening and night, when the warm air from the day starts mixing with cooler kind of nighttime air, cooler air from higher up, and you get that friction, the warm air and the cold air, ionization, static building, and then a discharge. Generally needs clouds. Clear blue skies and sunny days don't thunderstorms make. Not until later when it gets cooler and you might get the condensing effect that makes clouds. Friction. Are you being rude again, farmer? Friction making it wet. That's so apologies if I'm reading something into you that you're not actually saying, but Feds only protects corporate, not the people. Fact. That seems to be the thing nowadays. Corporations and the invaders. Tramp app. That's what we need, a Tramp app SOS. Farmer saying cheers back at me there. Okay, up to date as far as I know. Although it's interesting that the few times it's jumped back, I have seen messages that weren't there as I first came through. I'm not sure how that happens. Maybe some messages get hung up and then they get put into the right chronological order when they're received. I don't know. No, Mike, you said the heat friction makes it wet. No, the friction doesn't sound better possibly. Isn't it the friction between the warm air and the cool air? Now the cool air is probably containing clouds because cool air does, or at least vapor particles. It's the ionization, it's the friction that the warm air and the cool air mixing and rubbing, I think. I might be wrong. I'm not a meteorologist. Dust particles create the nucleus of raindrops. To some extent, but also cosmic rays are involved in the nucleation, as it's called, of the initial drops. You can have a super cold fluid, like air, that doesn't condense. It needs nucleation. It needs a starting point, a trigger. You can do the same with hot water in a microwave sometimes. You get it super hot, but it doesn't boil until you put your spoon in. It fucking froths up like that and jumps at you. It's super heated and super cold have similar properties, similar but opposite. But atomic, is that the word? That's not the word I was after. Was it? Not atomic particle. I said it already, didn't I? You know those particles that come from space? Or from the sun sometimes, but often... I said the word earlier, I'm sure I did, unless I said the wrong word. Don't add rubbing to... Yeah, rubbing it in. Nucleation, yeah, I think I said that word. I only come to say hi and bye. Alarm going 6 hours. Hi all and bye all. Well, the recording will be available for at your leisure any other time, Josie. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. Hi and bye. Hope everything's okay with you and Peter. I hope you're all geared up and ready for Christmas. Neutrinos. Aren't those are the ones that are passing through as a billion at a time? There's like, if I put my thumb up like that, my thumbnail's got like a billion of them coming through it at any one time. And not just that, the billion or so of them that are coming through have travelled through the earth. They're not necessarily hitting from that side. They could have travelled all the way through the earth without hitting a single particle. If I've got my right ones. I think that's neutrinos. Don't they put vats of chlorine underground, and you could have like 1 million tons of liquid chlorine? Is that a thing? And you'd have barrel after barrel after barrel, and once per day one of these things will collide and get a tiny little illumination that gets picked up by detectors. I think that's them. You got billions of them pushing through your body all the time. Cosmic rays was what I was talking about, wasn't it? With the, so it could be anything like that. If it just happens to hit an actual particle and not just pass through untouched. Karen saying goodnight to Josie. Okay, folks, we're 2.5 hours in. Karen's heading off. Okay, folks. Okay, Karen. Night. Maybe catch you tomorrow for a catch up. Catch you for a catch up. Let's have a look at this weather forecast, folks. I'm intrigued that I was able to predict. That's not right. Wrong word. I guess I'm impressed that I was able to predict the thunder and lightning disappearing. Oh yeah. It just hasn't rained all day, apart from that most minor of dustings, kind of spitting this morning at 9 o'clock while I was making my coffee. Let me switch to the other. You want to laugh? Let me switch to the other. This isn't an app, this is just Google search and Google's weather. Do you want a tale of two weather fucking forecasts, folks? This is fucking hilarious. Google, the mega fucking, you remember Google, the genius company run by brainiacs? Okay, let me go at the bottom here. What we're looking at is today's weather. It's now Monday, so you see the little blue highlight under Monday there. Okay, now look at this. Look at this weather forecast for the next 8 hours. Look at that. Look at all that thunder and lightning and rain. Compare that to the other weather forecast that we looked at some moments ago that had thunder and lightning for this next, well, not for this hour, but it had it for the next 2. Let me switch to the other screen. Look at the precipitation amounts. A couple of hours ago that was still reading 14 millimeters. It's now down. Somehow we're going to have 2 millimeters of rain all day, but we're going to have 2.4 millimeters now. With an 8, I mean, you can multiply that out to get an expected value. 80% of 2.4. Knock off about 0.4. That'd be 2. Ah, what happened? Oh, the tablet wasn't being touched. You're going to get 2 millimeters in the next hour according to this. Then multiply out all the rest. 70% chance of 1.3, 70% chance of 2. You just multiply each one. How does that add up to 2.1? I thought Google was run by fucking brainiacs. I'm a tramp in a field and I can tell you that that's wrong. Makes no sense. Any mathematician or anyone who's done any maths can calculate an expected value from that. You take the probability of the event happening and you multiply by the event. So 2.4 times 0.8, 1.3 times 0.7, and you're adding these up. It's additive. You add up each one of these to get the total rain for the day, and it comes out as a lot more than 2.1. But It's not going to happen. Probably not going to happen. All of that thunder and lightning and all of that rain, and we compare and contrast against, why is the screen not working, against the other weather forecast we were looking at some moments ago, that's got a little bit of thunder and lightning. It doesn't even put rain under it on the symbol, I don't think, does it? Let me use the Mark 1 eyeball. It doesn't. It shows thunder and lightning, but not thunder, lightning and rain, which is what it does when it's proper rain. And here their expected value is less than 1 millimeter. I don't know. I should stop prattling on about the weather. For anyone who's arrived late, let's see whether I can get my lady on camera. Hey babe. Oh, you've moved. Oh, look at her. Not only she's moved down the bed, she's moved into the gutter around the bed. She's got her ass down the side and her head up and over. She's not even in bed. Hey babe. Hey. No, she doesn't want to. Oh, look at you. There you are. It's Tina T. I'm going to help you out with the gutter in a minute, darling, and back onto the bed, okay? You can't sleep down there. That's not... You're going to break the tent. Give me a second, folks. Give me a second. I've got to help my lady. That's my Tina girl for anyone who's unfamiliar or arriving late. Come here, babe. Come here. Let's get you out there. Let's get you open out there. You're coming this way. Oh, babe, I got you. Please. Oh, help me. Work with me. Don't work against me. Don't work against me. Okay. Now you're sitting on my knee. That's going to get very warm very soon, isn't it? Under all these covers. Come on, let me hoik you back off there, but not into the gutter, okay? Here we go. I'll shovel over a little bit, give you more room. Hey? How's that? Now what I will do for you, I think you got too warm, didn't you? I'll move these two blankets off. I'll put the top one back over. Keep it looking tidy, at least for the people online. Talk to the people, huh? Okay folks, I think I'm almost back with you. I think I've shuffled a little bit nearer. That'll be nice for you. See me a bit more clearly. Maybe hear me a bit more loudly. What do we got? I always wondered about purple rain. That, you see, nucleation was here before, and that always wondered about purple rain, wasn't? There was Josie leaving, there was Karen leaving. Yeah, but they don't cause nucleation like Super mentioned, dust particles or any contaminant. Neutrinos maybe not, but there are some cosmic rays that do. Or at least that was a theory I heard at some point. I know dust particles will. Yeah, and they do. The whole oh, let's not. We'll get all the conspiracy theorists joining in as soon as we start talking about cloud seeding. We get all the wackos arriving. Let's jump to the bottom. Let me go back. Don't wake her up, said Farmar. I think she was on the verge anyway. I think that's why I noticed her. Did that happen, Keith? Tennis ball went through the net in the Australian Open. I would like to see that. I've never heard that. But yeah, that's neutrinos pass through everything. Very occasionally hit something. Your typical atom is like 99.999% empty. If you imagine, a lot of the models of atoms usually look like solar systems with a nucleus and things. They don't orbit. They appear at random in play. They move, they jump, they hop, they disappear out of existence and back into existence at random. You can work out on average where they might be, but not. It's that whole, you can work out a direction or a speed, but you can't know both. It's that uncertainty principle. Heisenberg, maybe. Yeah. which is how quantum tunneling happens, isn't it? Within a computer chip, we got to the point where the number of microns that each of the different tracks or paths within a silicon chip, are they down to 7 microns now? They might have gone further, but it's within. So when that electron that's around the nucleus, when it disappears and can appear somewhere else within a certain distance, it can be more than 7 microns away. It can pass through what should be like a brick wall. It doesn't pass through. It disappears out of existence and pops back into existence. That's not the right term, but it can appear the wrong side of the brick wall, and so usually like 99.9%, it can't pass through. But every now and again it happens, and it can't get back, or 99.9% of the time it can't get back. And this can crash it can flip bits or cause errors in the computing. Yeah, we're down to that final resolution with the lasers and I think the ultraviolet lasers and the masks that they put when they're basically shining laser light over the die, over the silicon, the sheet of silicon that they're creating the processors, the chips, something like that. My terminology is probably off a bit, but yeah. She's going to give you both stink eye. Mate, the number of times I wake up and her ass is in my face. I mean, Met Office forecast shows temp at 14. Is this for Torrevieja? Temperature is 14. I think it's still 16. It'll drop to 15, I think was what I read out earlier. No rain, 16 mile/hour winds from the northeast. Yeah, that's slightly off. If it was the northeast, we would definitely be getting hit by it. That's the gap between the two banks of trees. It sounds to me like it's slightly more east, but it could be east of northeast. Technically, it could be north of northeast. That would get blocked by the other set of trees. Forecast is for where you are. Rip off Britain. Have we met prior to tonight? I can't bring up any info in that screen. This app is rubbish. There's a possibility that you're a regular and that you were displayed by a different name, and that YouTubers are using different. Of the two names that your account has, they've started using the other one, just to be awkward. Cheers, folks. I think I need to get that one finished. I shouldn't be spending 3 hours drinking 1 can of beer. A little bit gay. Okay, folks. Where are we on? Is that 13 or 18 on the thumbs ups? White writing with a white overlay over the top. I think it might say 18, but I can't be sure. If you haven't, folks, you know, just a little reminder. Might be appreciated. Well, it would be appreciated. Might be helpful for the channel. When you hit 20, supposedly more notifications go out. With 1,600 subscribers, you might expect more than 16 or 17 people in attendance. I'm not sure what happens. Maybe like others have suggested, maybe it's a time of night, time of day. I don't know. It's a time I'm comfortable with. I could try some through the day at different times. These are meant to be random anyway, the Hangouts. By habit. Humans, as well as being pattern spotting creatures, we are creatures of creating patterns. We are creatures of habit. as you will have noticed, if ever you've gone on like a course or something, and you all walk in on the first day and pick your seat, for the rest of the week, you sit in that same fucking seat. Woe betide the person who just suddenly randomly switches and sits in a different chair. Okay, just saw my video last week. New to your channel. Okay. Nice to meet you. Yeah, it's just funny the way that YouTube have chosen to do this. So a lot of people now with random letters random letters and numbers at the end of their names. A lot of people scrabbling around editing their account info to make them easier for people to type on them. Why have I got a crown? It's a YouTube gamification thing. If you're one of the most, if you're one of the top 3 people who've chatted the most during a stream, it keeps a rank of top 1, 2, 3. I've done my best to turn it all off. You're the 3rd. You see, the idea now is that you'll compete to become number 1, and you'll post a load of crap into chat just to become number 1. It's childish nonsense. I turned it off for my account. Supposedly, according to the instructions on the website, that should have turned it off for my streams as well. But it doesn't. They lie in their instructions online. I haven't yet found a way of just disabling it. I advise most people to turn it off, certainly on my streams. I don't want people typing 5 short messages, just filling the chat with crap just to become number 1. It seems childish to me. They call it gamification, turning everything into a game so that you try and outcompete each other. You know how these things are. These companies employ psychologists and what have you to. What is it for? Didn't show previously. It's purely to try and up participation. You post an extra 3 messages to try and become number 1. The guy who was number 1 posts some more, and interaction is boosted, goes up, more chats. But they end up being hollow, vacuous, empty chats from people just typing for the sake of typing. And you know, my advice is to go into your, oh, where was that now? I can't even remember where it is. Is it in the settings above chat? You've got a cog, either a cog or a burger menu above the chat. It might be in there. If it's not in there, then you have to go into your overall YouTube settings and go and look. If Jack Attack's lurking, he'll probably come and give us the instructions. Oh, now she's running in her sleep and kicking me. I love it. I wake up with bruises sometimes, but I love it. She can't run in real life, so when she's running in her dreams, I hope it's dreams rather than nightmares, but I like to think it's dreams. Okay, baby. Okay. Sweet dreams. If you're running from monsters, I can help. Daddy's here. But if it's a nice run around a field, playing with a ball, playing fetch with Daddy, that'd be nice. She never played fetch properly in real life. Maybe she can dream about it. She would always get the ball or stick, whatever we'd thrown. She'd get it, she'd be dead happy, she'd come running towards me and then run off with it and just fucking drop it somewhere else. We lost more tennis balls. Little bugger. But what I wouldn't give now to see her running around and losing tennis balls or hiding the sticks. Yeah, what is it for? Didn't show previously. It's just silliness. Ignore it. Turn it off if you want, if you can find where. May I ask you a personal question? I guess so. It's kind of what we're here for. Chat away. I'll decide whether I'll answer it or not, but you can ask. Is that a rogue hair? There's a really dark hair just on its own, just to the side of my nose. Oh! Must be more than one. A small cluster of them, folks. I get in the morning, I've got a set of tweezers here somewhere. Actually, just give us a minute. You are my mirror. They're actually here, the tweezers. No, I got a hair, but not that hair. I got that one, but there's another. Oh, I'll leave that. I'm going to end up with the bald patch with the ones that I'm plucking out that I'm missing. Sorry about that, folks. It's just annoying me. I need more magnification. I'll do that tomorrow. May I ask you a personal question? I'm here to answer questions on the whole, so yeah, probably. What do you want to know? Are you part of a vagrant camp? No, I'm on my own. I'm in the field on my own. At times there's been well, for a short while there were two other people here. One in the field, in the bushes at the edge of the field, the extremity, and one outside of the field, the other side of the bank of trees on the cliff top. I was crazy. You're so exposed to the easterly winds. I guess he had more protection from westerlies, but I wouldn't want to be in the wind off the sea on a cliff top. I mean, it would have been a good 50 meters from the edge, but no, it's not a camp as such. It's just my tent in a field. No running water, no toilet facilities. Disabled dog. Can't really get, well, we do have a wheelchair now, so when I say can't really get anywhere, we're starting to get out and about more when the weather's suitable. I've got a couple of shopping trips to do before Christmas. Although my fridge is full, I need to start eating some of the stuff that I do have. Still haven't really got on with that. Something's gone off in there, and I think I know what it is. I soaked some chickpeas and then didn't use them that next day or two, so I put them in Tupperware in the fridge, but I have kept them just too long. They would have done an extra day or two maybe, but it's been too long. Heidi hi, hoody ho, Robert's back. What happened? Keyboard glitch or pocket typing? Not sure. Vodka. Alright, you want to be careful with that. Fatima just gave you I think it was a 30-minute timeout in case it was a tech problem. Jack Attack would have probably banned you. Is there a follow-up question, Rip-Off Britain, or are you done? That wasn't too personal a question. Are you part of a vagrant camp? No, I'm just a guy who got booted out of his apartment, stayed with a friend for a while, got booted out with the friends, and literally had nowhere to go. Stayed in the park for almost 2 months, till the council came and chopped down the tree that all my things were stored under. Well, trees. They didn't chop them down. They cut all the boughs off, all the big overhanging thick branches. Chopped all that down. I spent, I don't know, 3-4 hours or more moving my things from there down to here. Mainly water. Why did my voice squeak there? Mainly water. But I had a few possessions that I'd started with, and I'd picked up a few over the months. I had two of those ham-on, the big pig leg things. I had two of those when I moved down here. If you walk around enough, they're not an infrequent sight. People will take about 2/3 of the meat off them and then just throw them away. And I'll take the other third of the meat off. You got to work for it a bit. And when you're finished, you've got a hell of a bone for your dog. Fuck. They're about that long. I've got a video where we found one here later on. She ate most of it at the bone. She crunched her way through. You always get at the ankle on a lot of bones. There's always one end, when you got the big bulbous thing on both ends of a bone. There's always one end or the other where the bone becomes so narrow and more dense. She can't finish them. I don't think any dog can. I'm talking about the big bones that have got, that have got the big ball and socket joints at both ends, or ball and socket and knee, whatever the hell. They've got those big lumpy lumps on either end. There's always one part just before those heads of the bone that are too dense. How did you become a vagrant, and is it temporary? I've got thousands of pounds in the bank, my friend. But my bank say I'm not me and won't let me have it. And to prove that I'm me, I have to walk into my bank branch in the UK. And the police here won't let me leave the country. Or the courts, maybe. That's technically not quite true. If I happen to go to the airport and there'd be a warrant out for me, then I get arrested at the airport. Which is what happens. There's a court case hanging over me. They don't tell me the dates. They don't give me any of the paperwork. And then they come and arrest me for not attending. They lock me up overnight, and the next day they have no option but to just let me go. And tell me that a new date will be sent. They don't even give me the date. They tell me a new date will be posted out or delivered. And the reason that I'm released with no further action, no extra charges, is because they haven't given... If they'd given me the court date and I didn't attend, that's extra trouble. That counts against you. Stricter sentencing or an extra charge for not attending. But if they haven't told you about it, so they arrest you because there's a warrant, because you didn't attend, but they know already, on their computer, they already know that you haven't been told. You have to sign, like in triplicate, when they bring the forms, bring the paperwork. There's a 3 thing, it's supposed to be posted to you. Then the day before the court case, a policeman comes and brings paper. Policia local come bring paper and you sign to say, yes, I'm here, I intend to be present, I will be there. And then later that same night, you're supposed to get a text message saying, brr, brr, remember, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. None of it. They've got my email address. They've got my phone number. They know where I am. They come here to arrest me when I don't attend, so they could come and bring the paperwork. It's shenanigans on their part. It's pure fucking shenanigans. So it's kind of temporary. This isn't a lifestyle choice. This isn't a decision I've made. It's something I've been forced into by circumstance. If I could get my money out of my bank, I could pay a proper lawyer rather than the public defender idiots, and I could get this shit sorted out, and then I could get out of the country. But at the minute, it's just a holding pattern. I get no money from the UK government, I get no help from the Spanish government, I get no help from the Torrevieja City Council's welfare department. Not only do I not get help, they make things worse. They got me arrested, got my dog kicked. They're possibly, it's 50-50. There are 2 theories as to why my dog's back legs don't work, but I watched them kick her twice while they were dragging me off to arrest me one time. And who knows what they did after I was gone. And from that moment on, she went into a steady deterioration where the legs didn't work as well and didn't work as well, and now the back legs don't work at all. I have to carry her. I put a belt under her waist, wrap it round my arm, and carry her back end while we go for walkies in the morning and you know, through the day. We have a doggy wheelchair now, so if we're going for a proper real long walk, we use that. But it takes 5 to 10 minutes to get her in, and I have to physically pick her up. 35 kilograms of picking her up while she's wriggling and struggling, and I'm trying to get her in the stirrups and in her harness and get her in. It's more hassle than it's worth for a 10-minute walk for a piss and a poo. Yeah, you want the full story? TrampCast 001. So TrampCast, like this is a TrampCast Hangout, just the word TrampCast, single word, with a space, and then the 3 digits, 001. Full life story, history, how I'm a tramp, why I'm a tramp. I'm not really a tramp. Why I'm homeless. I use the word tramp. I guess it's more attention grabbing than just saying homeless. Yeah. I will familiarise myself with other videos, so I'm not asking questions you've probably been asked and answered thousands of times. It's not that bad, but yeah. A couple of times, I'll give a potted history of it, probably a couple of times each TrampCast Hangout. We're open to newcomers. That's the reason that I put the messages out on Twitter and the YouTube kind of community posts, or whatever they're called now. They're just called posts. They used to be called community posts, but now they're trying to make community be something different. You're planning on getting out of Britain when you get a divorce settlement. I'm intrigued how other expats are doing and hopefully avoid some of the sad situations some have got into. You want to get yourself a Spanish bank. You want to transfer your money into it. You don't want to be reliant on any one bank. You want multiple banks. This was what I did. This was what went wrong. I didn't make them Spanish banks. I had my main bank account and I had a rainy day fund. COVID happened. Struggled with money and used up all of my normal bank account. Thought, hey, that's okay. I've got X number of thousands over in my rainy day fund. They'd closed the account because I wasn't taking money out of it every day. You know, I wasn't using it. It was I said when I opened the account it was my rainy day fund. They recommended what account to have. I went with their suggestion. Turns out it's a current account, and if you're not putting money in and taking money out, they close it. Close isn't the right word. What's the word? It goes dormant. They essentially close it, take the money and put it in their account. And at some future date, if you prove that you're you, they'll put the money back. In the meantime, you're not getting any interest, but you're not getting charged any fees. So it's swings and roundabouts. But instead of allowing me to like go to a lawyer here and having some, you know, yes, I certify that this is him. I've seen his passport. Here's a photocopy. It's a true and valid. Instead of all of that, they said, no, none of that. You can't get a policeman, a judge or the courts. You can't get a lawyer. They said, walk into your branch in the UK with a passport and 2 other valid forms of ID. I can't get out of the country. What do you do? So yeah. Now I do know other people that left Britain and came here to be homeless. Basically, relationship broke down and a choice of being homeless in the UK or spend the last of his money to get out here and be homeless here. What do you do? He decided to buy a 30, 40, 50 quid flight, come to Spain, be homeless in Spain. You got the warm summers and you've got less cold winters. But yeah, banking, make sure you've got money. At any moment in time, keep a chunk of readies. Don't rely on banks. Don't be tippy-tappying everything. take it out of the bank. If you've got it in the bank, take it out hundreds at a time. Don't wait till you spend it all to try and get more out of the bank. Maintain a, I don't know what your circumstances are, but you decide what's a reasonable buffer. And yeah, multiple banks in the UK and here. And make sure if you're going to leave some money in a bank in the UK, make sure that you've authorised another person to be able to access it on your behalf in an emergency. There are various ways. You can make them be a named person on the account. You could give them a limited power of attorney. There are various, but stuff like that helps if you do leave a chunk of money in, like if you're getting a pension or something, if you're getting payments into a bank in the UK, that could be useful. But maintaining a wad of cash in your apartment or wherever, whatever you do. I'm a cash is king kind of guy. We had a big power cut in Spain. The power went off for the entire country. Everyone who was trying to tippy-tappy in the shops was doomed. Even when some of the bigger supermarkets had generators just to keep the tills going, not the lights, but the tills. But with internet down, tippy-tappy wasn't working. Cash. That kind of stuff. I don't know. I've probably got other tips. Get an EcoFlow or a Bluetti or similar. One of these battery cum power station-y things. A generator without the petrol engine, some would say. Have something like that. Help you through power cuts. Help you if you ever end up living rough or in a tent. A solar panel and an EcoFlow, and you're away. You can power your life even in a fucking field, even in the middle of 7 days supposedly with no sun. We're now at the 3-hour mark, so that means that we're after 1 o'clock, yeah? My time. Let me just have a quick look for a laugh. See whether that thunder and lightning has disappeared from the next hour. I haven't heard any thunder yet. It's all gone. It's all gone. It's all gone. The next 2 hours were supposed to be thunder and light. Does anybody remember? Do you want? I'll show you proof, just to prove that I'm not just fucking laughing and making shit up. Here we go. Where's the button? There's the button. Okay, I gotta move the screen a bit, keep the brightness up. The 1 o'clock slot and the 2 o'clock slot, those were going to rain, and there was a prediction of how much rain down here somewhere. It's all gone. There's no. And look, if we look at the prediction here, that was Sunday. Now they're saying that they were only predicting thunder and lightning in the afternoon or evening. That's bullshit. Bless me. Oh, so it's all gone. All the let me look further into the day. Look at that. It's all mainly sunny with a bit of cloud. There was thunder and lightning. There were storms predicted for halfway through the day. It's all gone. It's all gone. Absolutely astounding. I'm better at this weather forecasting than the meteorologists. Let me turn that around so you're not looking at all my pop bottles next to the bed. They are all for drink, folks. They're not portable urinals. That's in another room. It is a pop bottle. I'm just going to finish this and remind me while I'm doing it not to crush the can, and there isn't even a bin bag over there. But remind me not to crush the can. I'm going to take a full one from under the lamp, put the empty under. Let me do this. I just need to move that for a second. I'll take one from the back, so that if the lightweight can decides to fall over, it falls away from phone, not towards it. Nobody's mentioned the audio quality, folks. I am on the phone. Is it a bit muffled and quiet, like the phone has been recently? The audio was better when I used the tablet the other day, but the picture was jittery. What's the word? Jitter or jutter? They might both be words. I don't know. I should have enough money to live on and rent a place. I will not be homeless. That's good. When I moved here, I rented a house, 2-bedroom. I don't know what they call them. Is it a duplex? You're on 2 floors, like a proper house, like a terrace house, like a 2 up, 2 down. I rented one of those. It was about 400 a month when I first got here. You'd probably still get them for 500 or 600. You certainly get 2-bedroom apartments in that ballpark, I think. Maybe a bit more nowadays. Maybe 600-700 a month at a push. You'll find some cheaper depending on the quality of the area that you end up in. But I was in a gated community, a residencia, with a shared pool, a communal swimming pool, with grass around it, all maintained by the community. The owners maintained the bills. The owners kept the electric bills and water bills in their name, but sent copies to the agents, who gave me copies, and I just paid it to the agency every month. I think I was paying 400 for the apartment and 50 covered electricity and water, 50 a month. But I was very frugal with my electricity usage. I didn't have aircon on, I didn't leave lights on unnecessarily. Washing machine 1 load once a week. Cooking with the oven 1 hour twice a week maybe, and everything else was just boiling kettles, microwaves, or a pan on the hob for 20 or 30 minutes. So your mileage may vary, but it's not expensive out here, or at least it wasn't when last I did these things. 3 years ago I was in a worse apartment but paying about the same money, to be fair. Yeah, I don't know. Not everything's cheaper than the UK. Food is about this. Surprisingly, food's about the same. Fruit and veg, because they grow it here, you'd think it would be cheaper here. But you're competing against the export market. If they could sell it to Britain at a certain price, or sell it here cheaper, well, they're going to sell it to Britain, which means the supermarkets here have to pay that a little bit more. They're competing with the export market. Yeah. Now, if you're going to live on British food, if you're going to be running around British shops trying to buy British brands, then you're going to pay 2 or 3 times the normal price, because they buy it in Britain. I'm not sure whether they buy it at retail or whether they get some sort of wholesale discount. But then they've got to ship it over here. Then they've got to pay import taxes or duties or whatever they're called, because we're not in the EU anymore. And then they're stacking it in shops, and you know, and people will pay it, so they charge it. So try not to do that. Eat the Spanish food, Spanish brands. Bread's bread, it's pretty much the same. Their milk is very much sweeter here somehow. I'm not sure why. I've noticed that their milk's sweeter. Some of their bread, like Bimbo, is quite sugary. It's almost like cake. A little bit American, really. But normal bread, they do a hell of a range of breads that are just normal. Pan familiar, the sliced supermarket loaf. Don't know what they put in it, but nothing in nature will touch it. The mice and rats won't eat it. Mould won't touch it. I had one of those loaves for a year once. It didn't go mouldy. I had the remnants of one of those loaves for a year. I threw it on the floor for the birds. They didn't take it. Nothing in nature will touch that shit. It's kind of funny, but it can't be healthy, can it? It can't be healthy. You want to get out before things kick off big time. This is white flight, as it is called. You know that there's trouble coming. You get ahead of it, get away from it. It's here as well though, mate. It's here as well. It's not everywhere, but it kicked off, was it called Torre Pacheco? I don't know why I suddenly remembered it when I couldn't remember it the other week. The place in Murcia, just a little bit south from here. 60 kilometres south maybe a bit more. Murcia city is about 60 south of here. Go another 10 or 20. 80 kilometres, what's that, 50 miles? A little bit more. Yeah, no, same invaders. A Quinn Martin production starring Roy Thinners as architect David Vincent. The Invaders. Good TV series. One of my favourites actually. Even though it was made in the 60s, it was good. Let me just a little bit. Chat seems a little slow for so many people still here, hanging on in. We've hit 20 on the thumbs up. I appreciate that, folks. I shall say cheers to each and every one of you that did that. Cheers to everybody who hit the thumbs up. If you're feeling left out, I have a solution. I'll give you 10 seconds. Hit that thumbs up now, and I will toast you again. And this time you'll feel all warm and fuzzy and included for having hit that button. 10 seconds starting now. For anybody that hasn't. Oh, it's your ear. Nobody? Nobody yet? Maybe maybe everyone that's here has hit it already. Which I would appreciate. I do appreciate that. But if there's anybody that hasn't, I'll give you another 3, 2, 1. Nobody. Wow. I'm gonna play nice. I'm gonna assume it's because you've all hit it already. Cheers, guys. Oh, one person did. Cheers to that person. Always appreciated. Many of my mates have left and won't be returning. I keep in touch with them and all are doing better. Are they all off to Spain or other parts of Europe? How are we handling visa situations? What's their income? How are they living? Are they retired? What's their income? Are they on a what do you call the non-working visa? There is a visa available, but you have to be kind of non-commercial. You can't get a job. It's like non-profit, but that's not the right word. It's not non-commercial, it's not non-profit, but it's something like that. I'm intrigued as to see, people keep telling me to get a job as a waiter or something, and I've got enough legal trouble without tax avoidance kind of claims, working without a visa. On top of it, disabled dog. What do I do with my dog all day while I'm there? This other guy, this Spanish guy that was in over the other side of the trees, he just used to tie his dog up all day while he went off to work. And sometimes you'd hear her just howling all day. Every now and again she'd break free. She'd run off into the sea to get cool, and then she'd come and visit me. I'd have to wait till he came back from work and then take his dog back around to him. A very nice dog, German Shepherd with a bad paw, bad from birth, a little bit hobbled. She could walk, but she couldn't run. Lovely dog, Viva. Yeah, but not a great owner. Okay, folks, so you lurkers out there, you're going to have to step up and bring us some conversation. Otherwise, we're going to have to call it quits soon. I can't keep talking about nothing forever. I know it looks like I can. Oh, Bulgaria. Bulgaria was a place that was recommended highly to me 10 years ago when I told people that I was thinking of coming out here. There's a place called Sunny Beach. When you look on the map, it's actually listed in English. It's got a Bulgarian name as well, obviously, but usually it's in big letters on the map as Sunny Beach. There were people who were moving out there and moving into farms, and they were buying like a broken down farm cottage with acres of land, and they were paying like 7 grand or 10 grand. It's unbelievable. Now I moved here, I figured I had a better chance of learning Spanish than Bulgarian and of reading Spanish. I've got no idea what Bulgarian is. Do they use the Cyrillic alphabet? I mean, they are kind of Eastern European. Again, my ignorance, I'm not sure. But I had more chance of being able to read Spanish than Bulgarian, I figured. And also, I don't want to be rude to some of those Eastern European languages. They sound like a record player being played backwards. I got no. I know that's not a race. Bulgarian's not a race. It's not racist. Nationalist? No, not nationalist. Countryist. But their cost of living is a fifth of what they were paying here. Yeah, like I said about buying these prices are from 10 years ago. But friends who went there on holiday were coming back and saying, yeah, pint of beer, the equivalent of 20 pence. 10 years ago, remember? I've no idea now. But that kind of shit. Now these cottages on the these farmland cottages, farmhouses, they're not like a house you'd recognise. It's bare stone or bare brick walls. There is kind of water running, or some of them are the hand pump thing on the sink. The big white ceramic deep sink, it's just that hanging off either a brick wall or a stone wall. Very sparse, very let's say very rustic, in a 18th or 19th century kind of way. You would have a lot of work to do them up to be something that you as a Western European would be comfortable with. Maybe you'd adapt, maybe you'd bring it halfway and adapt for the rest. I don't know. I remember Spain before the euro. Things were a lot cheaper then. With the pesetas, yeah. I don't remember what the conversion rates were, but I remember seeing some prices. They had lots of notes on the end. I must have been here, hold on. When did Euro start? I was here in 97. I wasn't really handling money though, I was here with the wife and her parents. Most of my recollections are of Euros. Did the Eurozone start around 92? 92, 93? That would be my guess. Rather than asking you guys, I can just look it up, can't I? I've got enough power to have both devices working tonight, or today. That's how bad the weather forecast's been. I've got power enough to power the power-hungry phone and the tablet. What year Spain Euro introduced? Yeah, okay. Electronic for accounting, January 1st, 99. Was it that late? And then a physical banknotes and coins in 2002. Oh, okay. The first stage was just electronic for like banking kind of purposes. It was as late as that. So it would still have been. It would have still been pesetas when I came out in 97 and 98. Get off. And then I left it 20 years without coming out. Oh, this doesn't even mention Spain. Was Spain in at the beginning, or did they adopt it later? This is just, they ignored the Spain part of the question. Let me try again. Yeah, they were there at the beginning. 99 for the electronic stuff, 2002 for coinage. You live and you learn. So I was coming out here, we were using pesetas and I don't even remember that. It's interesting how memory works or doesn't work, isn't it? It's interesting. Oh. Is this why I drink faster later on in the stream? Because the lurkers lurk and there's not enough people talking and asking questions. Thailand and Philippines, where some of your other mates have gone, that's quite popular. I'm always a little bit suspicious of the people that head out that way with the go-go bars. Italy and Greece, Southern Europe. Yeah, Spain, Italy and Greece all have kind of the same problems. I think it's the heat. They're very what's a polite phrase? Apart from tourism, they're quite agricultural, they're quite I'm not going to say backwards. I don't want to say unproductive. What's a word? Their GDP per capita is too low, so it's that they're not productive in an economic sense. They're not. The lack of economic viability leads to corruption, which again leads to less economic viability. It's a spiral. I need to work out a better way of phrasing that because it sounds less industrious. Thank you. That's how that works. Yeah. Partly the heat, partly the corruption is a disincentive to producing and to working hard. Corruption and higher taxation than you would expect for the income. See, Spanish tax rates aren't high, but you don't get in the UK you get your first 10 or 20 grand tax-free kind of thing, and then it steps in at lower rates for the next 10 grand or whatever. You don't get the same allowances. That's the word I was struggling for. You don't get those same allowances, and so a lower tax rate, not a lower nominal tax rate, but applied over your entire income. And sometimes it's not just your income it's your holdings, it's your total wealth. Some of the taxes, they look at your holdings worldwide, not just in the country. If you own things elsewhere, they want to be assessing that as part of your overall tax burden, your overall tax. It's not taxable income, but the taxable monies. It's not just income tax. It's your worldwide holdings in some instances. It's quite complex, and bureaucracy over here. Bureaucracy is so bad that there's an extra layer of business, like lesser than a lawyer or a notary, but you pay people to handle bureaucracy and paperwork for you. They're not lawyers. There's a lot of running around with notaries and getting things stamped with red ink still. Very Dickensian. Bring a piece of paper, bring 3 copies, get it stamped. This piece of paper is now valid for 30 days. Whatever process you're using it, you've got to build a bundle of 5 or 10 sheets of paper from this office, that office, that office. You've got to go there in person, pick a ticket in the morning at 7 o'clock. They don't open while 9, but if you're any later than 7, the tickets have all been picked already. and then you're there in person, and they mislead you about what documents you need to bring, so you have to come back another day. And there's all this pissing about, and you got to get the documents written. And if it takes you 31 days to get it all done, well, this first document that you got that was valid for 30 days, you're fucked. You got to go. You got to go start the merry-go-round all over again. Start chasing around. See if you can get that one piece of paper quick enough before the next one expires, and then you got to. This is why they pay a Spanish person to take care. They don't mess the Spanish person you pay. There's a name for them, but I can't remember it. It basically, the word translates roughly as manager. You pay them, and you don't get the runaround. If you went to the National Police Office, the Policía Nacional, to get the forms done for your NIE, you walk in and you ask, what documents do I need? And they don't give you a pre-printed checklist. They'll write down 4 or 5 things and tell you to go away and come back tomorrow with those 4 or 5 things. So you have to queue all over again. And the queue will be down the fucking street and halfway around the block. You come back the next day with the 5 things that he said, and you've got the list that he wrote, but it's not official. It's just some words on a bit of paper written in handwriting. You bring those 5, and they'll look at it and they'll tut. You don't need that, and you don't need that, but you need this and this, and they'll write 2 other things on. They'll put a line through 2 things, and you're just getting given the runaround. In Britain, this would be a pre-printed checklist, and it would be available in 20 languages, including fucking Urdu and Gujarati and whatever, Arabic. Here, well, there's a sign, only speak Spanish. The police won't speak English with you. If you can't do it, bring your own translator with you. And often that means either taking a friend up for half a day or paying for an actual fucking interpreter. And they'll just give you it's cheaper just to pay a Spaniard, one of these manager people, to do it. Bureaucracy. And I've heard similar tales about Greece and Italy and Greece and Italy might even be worse. There's been a big push the last 20 or 30 years in Spain to push back on corruption. You don't get the clerk behind the desk saying no until you wave a €50 note under his nose. Whereas you probably still get that in Italy and Greece. Yeah. They value your time less. What they want to do is they want to make it, if you have to make 10 visits instead of 3, it keeps them employed. They're still working, they're getting paid each hour. It might mean it needs more of them there. They think that's good for the country because more people are being employed to handle all these appointments. Efficiency isn't their target. Their target is employment, either for themselves or other Spanish. Have you applied for citizenship? No, I don't qualify. No. You have to have a certain amount of money in the bank and a certain amount of this and a certain amount of that. You have to have your health insurance and life insurance. There's all these rules. I don't meet any of it. And because I'm already here illegally, I'd have 0 chance. Is the siesta tradition disappearing? Very much so. Certainly in the touristy areas. When I first moved here, the supermarkets used to close for a few hours, 2 while 5, say. Consum in particular used to close 2 while 5. That's not the same anymore. Builders will start work early, break off at about 11, go and have a big breakfast, maybe do another hour, and then disappear until 4 or 5, and then come back and do another 3 or 4 hours. You know, big building sites. It used to be policed. The noise levels between those hours, between 2 and 5. I think it was 2 and 5. They used to police it. If you made noise at that time while other people were trying to have their siesta, trying to have a nap, they could report you to the police, a denuncia, a police report. Same thing if your dogs are out in the garden and barking in those hours. They'll report you. In the 90s when I was here, I was at the in-laws. They had a place on Villa Martin, most people just call it. They had a place there for the first year, and then they had a villa built elsewhere. And further down the road from their villa, the police turned up one day and just threatened to shoot this guy's dogs. If we have to come here again because of reports of your dogs being noisy during the quiet hours, we'll shoot them. I don't think they just said it. I think they got that written in paper, paperwork. Yeah, that was crazy over strict, I think. But I guess if you know your neighbours, it's a thing that you risk. Goole in Yorkshire. I'm from Barnsley originally. Do I remember right? Is Goole heading on up towards Scunthorpe somewhere? You're heading on up towards the Humber. I think. I was a kid. I don't really remember that well. Do they value their time? It's your time that they don't value. Yeah. Britain has become nothing more than a dumping ground for foreign criminals. I'll be leaving within the next year or two as well. I think we've allowed too many of the wrong types in. We should, if you're going to allow them in, at least vet them, fingerprint them, make sure you've got proper names and ages. If they arrive and have deliberately thrown fucking documents in the channel, fuck them off. What are they hiding? If they're arriving, if they're fleeing a war zone but they didn't bring their wife and kids with them, what are they doing? People running from war zones bring their family, their mothers, their sisters, their aunts, their wives, their kids, whatever. People who are invading, an army is men, young men only. What does it more closely resemble to you? Take a ticket and wait, yeah. They still do that, like in the... If they... Mail delivery. It's a fucking joke. Apart from the fact it never turns up ever. When I was in an apartment, in a gated community, a residencia, the postman had a key to the door, into the urbanisation, to the mailboxes. They would just throw them in any old box. And the box they put them in, the guy might not be here, because at any one moment, less than a third of the apartments are occupied. They're basically holiday. They're owned, but the guy, it's a second home. It's a holiday home. You might get your mail 3 months later because this cunt's just whacked everything into mailbox number 1, and you live at number 27. So that's one thing. That's if they bring it at all. I lived in a place called Royal Interpark DOS, Royal Interpark 2. Our mail would so often end up at Royal Interpark 1, which was like 3 blocks away, down different back streets. It wasn't like next door or further down the same road. It was zigzagged through some estates to get there. We'd get their mail. Again, if it's in a mailbox that you don't have access to, and if the owner's not there and being cooperative, you're fucked. When they're delivering a parcel, like I said, they can get into the urbanisation, they can come to your door. Wherever you've ordered from, Amazon or whatever, you've given them your phone number, maybe an email address, whatever. They could phone you or WhatsApp, they don't bother. You look in the mailbox and it says, we tried to deliver, you weren't in. I fucking was in. And the instructions aren't, we'll make a couple more attempts over the next 3 days. Like you get in Britain, or you used to, certainly when I was there. No. Your next step, you have to go to the post office. My first Christmas tree. I ordered a Christmas tree on Amazon. Didn't arrive. It should have arrived 3 or 4 days before Christmas. It didn't arrive. It arrived on, I think, New Year's Eve. but I was out. The guy was at. I was out. I'd had no warning. I'd had no contact. I get a phone call, and the guy says, "I tried to deliver. You weren't there. I'm gone." "Oh, okay. What's the? I bring it back tomorrow?" "No, no. You'll have to come to the depot." "Where's the depot?" "Casada." I don't know. 20 kilometres that way? I don't know. I mean, I'm pulling a number out my ass. I'm on foot. I haven't got transport. I handed the phone to a Spanish friend, Kino, that runs the bar at the top of the road. I was only 200 meters away from the apartment. Normally, I would get a call from one of these delivery guys. I'd tell them I'd be there, and I would run home. I was quite sporty still back then. I could sprint 200 meters still over grass and around corners and get back there. This guy called after, supposedly called after the event. "You weren't there, I'm gone." Why does he call after rather than before or while? So my Spanish friend shouted at him and said, "This is the customer. You've been paid to do a fucking delivery. Now do a fucking delivery. Here's where we are. We're just a couple hundred meters away from where you were. Get back there and either come here or say, and he'll come to you." He brought it to me in the park, apologising. See, you get a Spanish person to react to them. It's a different reaction. Yeah, delivery. I got friends whose address changed. They're on the corner, and the post office deemed that this was their address on this street, but then decided, no, you're on that street now. Give them a different number on a different street. And it was 6 months before they ever got any mail. It was a bin bag, half full. People have been sending Christmas presents and birthday presents and things, cards, and it's never been arriving. And they finally sort it out, and they get a bin bag full, half a bag. Ridiculous. Yeah, take a ticket and wait. They still do that in some places. You go in the post office here, you have to take a ticket, but then you go upstairs to the place where you pick up parcels, and they ignore the ticket. They just screw it up. Like, why did you bother getting that? And it's like, well, because it said everybody had to get one. I don't know. The sign said, you know, todos. I don't know. I can't remember what to take is. Llevar, llegar. It's either one or the other, isn't it? One's to take, like take away, and one's to carry. Don't remember. Anyway, he said that, and then I went, and then it said delivery, parcels upstairs. Okay, and the guy didn't want the ticket. He had no use for it. Don't know. Yeah, Oscar's in the UK. Whoa, Nottinghamshire, if memory serves. Oh, he's jumped backwards, 2 in Bulgaria. So here in UK, here we go. Yeah, I am, unfortunately. Hopefully not for too long, said Oscar. Someone else can pay for the foreign criminals to live in 5-star. Yeah, Ukrainian and Russian are the biggest non-Spanish contingent now. It used to be the Brits that were the main. If you saw random people walking around and they weren't Spanish, you'd hear English. Now you hear that Eastern European reversed record player kind of sound. I've got Russian friends and Ukrainian friends. I've got people that help me that are Russian and Ukrainians. I'm not picking sides. I'm not causing trouble, but it's just how it does sound. They are the biggest contingent. They're number 1 and 2. English is now 3rd of the non-Spanish contingent here, and probably dropping. I mean, there's so many I've met that have gone back. So many of the bars that were aimed at English or that were owned by English are now changing names and have, I'm not going to say strange names, but clearly clearly not English names. The ones that are still going seem to be like receding, seem to be in recession. You used to go past and see crowds of people outside, and now they're like I was going to say a ghost ship. There's a bar called The Ship, which was very South England orientated. It was all Cockneys discussing their pensions and mortgages, and I don't know what it is about Southerners and talking money all the time, but they do. But you don't see the crowds. I mean, I haven't been in, but you don't see the crowds outside anymore. I said about the place called Hot Ice that was taken over by a guy that I used to know, and he's aiming at the Scandies. There aren't enough Brits to make it viable. I mean, they're obviously still welcome, but when he does his quiz nights and things, it's aimed at the Scandinavians of one flavour or another. Yeah. Let me just scroll down. Lots of Ukrainian families. Yeah, there's a family just down the road. If you've seen my videos where the family had their window, a neighbour, someone who owned the plot of land right next to theirs, their house has been there 60 years. Full planning permission, everything. But the plot of land next to it, the guy applied for planning permission to have a 1 metre high wall around what he's going to have as a compound with a caravan in or some such. But he built a 3 metre high wall right in front of right up against their house, right in front of the windows. I think it's covering 2 or 3 windows. They complained to the council. Nothing. They complained to the police. They were just told to get a lawyer. So that's their house. It's a husband and wife and a kid, or I think 1 kid, but there's possibly 2. I see them with this. She's either a late teenager or early 20s. I'm not sure if that's the wife's daughter or sister. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, I got talking to them one day about this window thing, which is why I did the video. I thought it might have got a bit more attention than it did. I thought it might have got picked up by media or something, but nothing. No one's interested. Maybe I'll do a follow-up. Because he's done nothing with the compound. After putting the wall around, it's still got one of those, what they call them, IBCs? International Bulk Container or something. Big water thing. Oh, is it a cubic metre? Maybe a bit more? It's still just scrubland and wasteland inside the wall. And the wall's getting cracks and starting to look like it could fall down. I don't know. Yeah, Ukrainians and Russians, and there's no trouble between them. I thought there would have been like regular running battles in the street with Russians versus Ukrainians. But no, they're all here for the same reason. The Ukrainians obviously get away from the war. The Russians don't want to be conscripted and put into a war. So they're all here. Where are we going here? Just more fake jobs invented through bureaucracy. Don't think the Spanish will rush towards AI. Oh no, they want to keep people paid, which is why the bureaucracy is so bad. See, some countries have a lot of bureaucracy. Some of the Scandinavian countries and Germany, as you know, places that are of that kind of outlook, have bureaucracy, but they're good at it. It's efficient in general. Spain take a different approach. They make the bureaucracy as inefficient, as slow and as difficult as possible. Like I said, if you have to go there for 10 appointments, for 10 visits, they need more staff than they would if it was done in 2 or 3 visits. What do you do? Also, it pushes you towards paying that Spanish person to be the go-between instead. They don't get messed about. Top chat and back to live chat, just in case it froze. It just seemed to slow down. No, I think I'm on top of everybody. Okay, folks, we'll be coming up on 4 hours soon, and chat is running a bit slow. If you want to keep me here, you're gonna have to join in a little bit more. A lot of lurkers, a lot of lurkers. I see the numbers dropping and rising. I see people are rotating in and out. Is there anybody there hasn't been there, but hasn't been here before? Anybody wondering what it's all about? You're wondering about the storm. How is the storm progressing? The storm evaporated. It's a little bit windy out there, somewhere over the other side of the trees. We're hardly getting touched by it. The occasional gust of wind. It's quite moderate. I can hear it's noisy over there, but it's not. As we progressed through the evening and night, every hour that was thunder and lightning and heavy rain, they just updated the weather forecast to say, oh no, no thunder and lightning, no rain. Each and every hour as we went, and now it's all gone. Basically, are we on day 4 or day 5? And it hasn't rained yet. It has, but not enough to wet you. If you added all the rain that we've had, you could have stood out. If it all came down in a 5-minute, you could have stood there and still not be wet. It's ridiculous. All the days that I was supposed to get no sun on the solar panel, I haven't run out of power yet. I had one day where it was tight. The rest, now I've got 2 devices plugged in. 3. Tablet, phone, and my lamp. And I'm on 49%. I don't remember what was on at the start. 53? 54? It was similar to the other day when I started, and it was 54 or 55, so... And both my devices are going to be fully charged now. Basically, if I had 0 power left now, the devices would be fine for the next 24 hours. I would use this one for the first 7 or 8, and then this one will do a good 10, and that's playing video and doing whole internet-y stuff. Once you start deciding to do power saving, it'll last another day and a half after. I would if we had mice visitors. We haven't had any yet this I'm not going to say this year because that's not true, but this autumn I haven't had any mice. I'm not inviting them in just to put them on a treadmill. We were talking the other day about people who like an exercise bicycle, a stationary bike as a generator. And I could not for the life of me remember the name of the bloke who I'd seen tinkering online. Robert Murray Smith. That was the guy that I said had, yeah. He'd had some, I think his wife had died a few years back and it really rocked him. And I think he chose to go and join her. But his videos were excellent. Robert Murray Smith. I think it's hyphenated, the Murray Smith. But if you're of a technical nature and you're into kind of homemade gears and cogs and engines and wind generators, and he did one as well, putting a turbine kind of thing in the downpipe from his gutter. See how much power you could make from the potential energy of water dropping. Gravitational potential? Is it? There might be another word for height. Anyway, he did all that, like a water wheel, half inside the drain pipe, the downpipe. I think he got enough to like charge a phone. It wasn't like remarkable. It wasn't power your house kind of power, but it was power your phone or tablet. Yeah. Depends on the size of your roof how much is coming down the gutter, how far it's dropping, possibly where you position the, how high or low you position the wheel. And then there'll be all sorts of gearing and whatever other kind of questions, the number of windings on certain things. Why did you remain in Spain with all these difficulties? Because these difficulties prevent me leaving Spain. COVID happened, money got tight, COVID was still happening, banks weren't sending out replacement bank cards. Yeah, what do you do? And then when I tried to access my emergency fund, they said, oh no, we've closed that account. Or that account is dormant. No, you can't have it. Couldn't pay my rent, couldn't pay for a lawyer. Tried to get out of the country, got arrested at the airport, returned. Friends threw me out. Yeah, I literally walked down some stairs knowing not where I didn't know where to go, what I was going to do. I didn't go far. I turned the corner into the field, across one field, into the second field of the park. 3 fields. I went into the middle one. I sat down, unfurled one of my 2 picnic blankets. I laid on that for the afternoon, reading my Kindle book reader, which I had at the time. I had a few devices at the time. They got wiped out 2 months later on my first day in this field when the field flooded. But yeah, it wasn't a choice to stay in the country. I tried to leave, they wouldn't let me. Yeah. Friends turned on me, my whole circle of friends. Rumours go around. He's lying. Banks can't do that. If he's lying about that, what else is he lying about? We only known him for 5 or 6 years. What do we know about him really? And you get all of that. One guy who stood on my shoulder while I logged into the second bank account one time denied any knowledge of a second bank account. That was a guy that I lived with. We've shared an apartment for 3 years. We had a deal that if ever anything happened to us, the other one would look after, you know, we'd take each other's dog. If he died or got locked up in jail or something, I'd look after his dog. To Tina, I called him Daddy Christian. Not uncle. I have a thing where you know that thing, good friends, you call them uncle or auntie with your kid. Well, she's my girl, she's my kid. But he was Daddy Christian. And I was Daddy, real name, to his dog. But when your friends all turn on you, when rumours go around and you lose your entire circle of friends, when people get suspicious, don't believe you. Start poking fun at the one friend that's helping you and putting pressure on to get rid of you. You're in a foreign country, your friends have turned on you, your bank won't let you have your money, the police and authorities won't let you leave the country, and then your friend eventually says, no, you got another week or 2 to sort this and then you got to go. Possibly the most desperate moment of my life. And that's, I've got a parent who's dead. But that's the thing that happens. But facing homelessness, when you don't know how to be homeless, when you've no clue, when you've zero money in your pocket, zero, not a penny. I was offered a pot noodle to take with me. Don't know what I was going to do with that in the middle of a fucking field. But anyway. Okay folks, we are coming up on 4 hours. The 2 o'clock is looming. Are you in a built-up area? I'm on the edge of a city. Yeah. Have you been asked to move on? Fuck. Oh, fuck. I'm going to tell you about in the description. You will find at the bottom of the description to this video, you'll find a list of about 12 playlists. One of them is called Tramp versus Police or something like that. I have had so many visits from so many different police. They didn't ask me to move on. They told me to move on. They threatened me with physical violence if I was still here 12 hours. This was the first visit. Threatened with physical violence if I was still here 24 hours later. I waited on them. I'm good at physical violence. I am good at physical violence. In a fair fight. Well, just in a fight. It doesn't have to be fair. I've mentioned in the past about the time I was jumped by 3 blokes and put 2 of them in hospital. And they wanted to prosecute me. That didn't happen. We kind of sort of did, but the judge laughed it. In kind of pre-trial, I don't know what they call it. It got that couldn't happen. That couldn't happen. My lawyer says that the judge is looking at it saying, let me get this right. It's dark, it's 10 o'clock at night. Guy turns left out of a train station through a narrow passageway and 3 guys jump him. And you want to charge him? And the police and the prosecution, yeah. Disconnected, folks. Turn left out of the train station, get jumped by 3 guys. And you want to charge the victim with a crime. The judge is like, I'm taking this third hand from, I wasn't present for the hearing. It's a pre-trial thing. No, my lawyer got that shit thrown out. But yeah, I'm good at violence. That doesn't mean that I walk around starting violence. Let's not have any idiots presuming that kind of thing. So yeah, have you been asked to move on? Lots of times, lots and lots of times. I've been asked, I've been told, I've been threatened. The number of times they've come to collect my details to put before a judge for trespass proceedings. It's bullshit. It was scare tactics. The land is private. The police can't move you on from private land absent a complaint from the owner. The owner's made no complaint. They've made efforts to try and trace the owner to seek a trespass, which in most jurisdictions, as I understand, is a crime in and of itself. Soliciting a trespass, that's called. Look it up. It's usually against the rules in most places. The owner goes to the police and says, I've asked him to go and he hasn't. Then the police get involved. The police don't go to the owner saying, hey, there's this guy on your field, can we get rid? That's not how that works. That's not it. They come here, they threaten me, they come here. I had the head of the Policia Local, guy with all sorts of fucking scrambled egg on the peak of his cap and on the epaulets and on the he looked like a fucking rear admiral. He had so much braid, so much gold braid on his uniform. His officers, he had 5 of them here, 4 or 5, and then he arrived later on. He was here for a good 2 hours. I think I said 5 the other day. I played that part back and I thought, whoops, I misspoke there. The 5 was those guys, and they were here a good hour and a half before he arrived. Then he was here hour and a half, 2 hours. Would not communicate with me, would not look at me. Just wanted to walk around the field, looking around, looking everywhere, looking to see what damage I might have done in the field. None. And he's on the phone all along. I assume land registry, immigration, he's looking for any way to get rid of me. You can just see it by his bearing and by his attitude. I got bored. They stood around over there, he's walking around there. I'm like, well, you obviously don't need me. I'm going in now, guys. Bye. Fucking just come in and close the door. And about an hour later, they shout me. Obviously, they've got my name. They shout me by my real name. and say, right, Mr. Such and Such, we're off now. Oh, okay. I thought you'd gone ages ago, I shouted. I didn't. I mean, I could hear them, obviously. They stood there another quarter of an hour. If I was a fucking Torrevieja taxpayer, I'd want to know what value we as taxpayers, you as taxpayers, I'm not, but I'd want to know what value you got from those 5 or 6 officers for that 3 or 4 hours. What value did you get? What purpose did it serve? Even if they'd moved me, I would have still been homeless in a field that night. It might be a different field. What does it improve for the taxpayer? What do you gain for your money, guys? It's your money. You're the taxpayers out here. What are you getting? When I tried to we'd put the dog in not kennels, but we'd left it with a dog walking company kind of thing. Her. I booked her in for a week. The idea was I was going to leave, go at the bank, stop my money, and then either come back or send money to my friend to arrange Tina's transport. Well, I could have arranged the transport, but payment would have probably been easier from this end. There are certain things you have to do. First, you got to get a dog crate. You got to go to the vet and get all the injections up to date, which we had done at that time, but now they're all out of date, so we'd need bringing back up to date. Then, no more than 48 hours before you leave the country, you have to go to the vets again, get the dog wormed in the presence of the vet. And the dog and the vet, I was going to say the dog has to fill in some paperwork. The vet has to fill in some paperwork. And then it's your choice of who you pay 400 or 500 euros to get the dog out of the country. You can either do it through an airline or you can have it done over land in a van. It's going to cost about 500 either way. Yeah. So yeah, that's what we did with the dog. We left her with people. Do you have friends dropping in to you at all? There's one guy that used to be a friend from the before times, the guy that I shared the apartment with, the guy that denied my bank account existing. He, get this cunt's on 800 a month benefits. He comes to me wanting help. He's in a family-owned apartment that his own family want him out of, but he won't leave. I didn't know this when I moved in there with him. So he's in a free apartment. The state pays his bills, and he gets 800 clear in his hand. And he came here wanting help. To a tramp in a field. So that's one person from the before times. There's a Spanish lass that I was acquainted with from early on, with the first couple of years when I was over here, but we lost contact. I saw her walking past one day, and we've re-established contact. She brings me food every now and again, but her shoulder's been popping out and dislocating a lot. She's just had surgery, so she hasn't been down in a while. But I bumped into her at the bus stop. Was that this week or last Monday? It might have been Monday or Tuesday. She gave me a note to help me through Christmas. I think that's it for people that I know from before. And there's a few people through the internet that have stopped by. When the police came one day and robbed all my possessions from outside my tent, everything that I owned outside the tent they took. There's a guy called Tom came down that night to make sure I was alright and that my nerves were alright. And they threatened to shoot me. First thing out of their mouth when they arrived, "Get that fucking dog inside or we'll shoot it." Words to that effect. and then a 2 or 3 hour standoff while they unplugged every tent peg and shook my tent, which was a new tent at the time. And then they took everything. Everything they took away, they said was a fire risk. Bottles of water were a fire risk. Green garden furniture, fire risk. Sunbed kind of recliners, fire risk. Tables and chairs. Pots and pans and plates and cups and saucers and ladles and spatulas, you know, all the whole fucking cookery gamut. Gas bottle and gas barbecue. Fire risk. Everything that was outside they took. I had one of these. I had one of these lanterns. I don't know how well that shows. Might blur out the screen. I had one of these outside. It's got solar on the top. I had one of those outside charging. Fire risk taken away. Clothes dryer. You know, clothes made. Fire risk taken away. Bastards. You know, you got to see the playlist on the police interactions. I do have friends. There's a guy called Anthony. He was here at the start. I doubt he's still here. These long streams. When he's over here, he'll bring me a breakfast. A couple of times. Well, you know, sometimes more while he's over here. So there are people that I've met through this, and because some of them I met because they were walking past. Some of them because of the internet. A lot of them I don't even remember which way round it was, the who, how, when, where's. I guess a lot of them see me on the internet and then set out to come and find. And I remember now, Anthony and his family, his son and wife, they literally walked along the front. They knew I was on the front, and they just walked along until they saw Gran Bazaar El Zoco, the big Chino bazaar. Knew they were in the right area and came kind of inland a couple of 100 metres and found me. I had to cut them off short though, because I was planning to do, I was preparing for my TrampCast that Sunday afternoon, back when we did them in the afternoon. TrampCast, not the Hangout, but the TrampCast proper, 7 days in the life of. Yeah, that. So some people just come walking to find me. Some contact me and say, drop a pin on a map, kind of thing, you know. Give us a Google Map pin. Yeah, I get quite a few people contacting me, promising the Earth. They're going to bring this, they're going to bring that, they're going to bring the other, and then they don't arrive. That's always a little bit disheartening. But it happens. It's human nature, I guess. Some people will come in a chat and be full of I will do, I'm the big generous I am, and rarely are they the big generous I am that they say they are. Two notable exceptions. My friend Karen, who I met through TrampCast 001, and Josie that popped in earlier. Her and her husband have brought me quite sizable donations over the months. And it turns out that we first met 6 months before I remember meeting them, which is interesting. I am bad with faces and names until I've met you half a dozen times. Well, you'll have seen that from here. Until I become familiar with you after the 6th or 7th occasion, and then I have a chance. Yeah, but me and the police, we don't get on. How often do you do live streams? It's a little bit random. There has developed a pattern. Friday nights and Sunday nights have become more regular than they should be. These hangouts are meant to be more spontaneous and more random. I've done them midweek. There's a stream I watch on a Wednesday by a guy called Scruff Dog, single F, all one word. The other week he was unable to do his Wednesday stream. He had a power cut, so I jumped in and did one. The idea was that if he got online and picked up and got online and did his live stream, I would drop out and direct people over to him. But he came on, he was here, he came on about half an hour in and said, no, even if it comes back now, I'm not doing it. So They ran, you know, they can happen. They can happen. Sometimes I won't do the Sunday one, but I might do one Monday or Tuesday. People have been asking me to do them through the day, to try that, to see how that goes. Maybe I'll get a different. I've got about 1,600 subscribers. Maybe I can get in front of a different group of them if I try a few different times. So I might try that if we have nice enough days through the rest of autumn and into winter. Winter starts in a couple of weeks, doesn't it? What's the date? Is it the 14th? 15th. Okay, it's now the 15th. Winter starts in a week. December the 21st. Typically. Astronomically, it can move around a little bit. It can wobble by a day or so. Oscar is off. Take care. Kisses to little Tina. Tina says, woof woof. Catch you later, mate. I am only a couple of minutes behind. Hope you were still around to, what am I saying? Hope you stayed around to hear me say goodbye. The world is getting increasingly violent. I worked as a taxi driver 6 years. Had a gun pointed at me twice. Guy tried to strangle me with his laces once. Stabbed once. Fuck. That's crazy. Nowadays you get the dash cam that points inwards as well, records multiple. I mean, doesn't stop it happening, but it gives you a chance of having them tracked down and traced afterwards. Now that's ludicrous. Is there a pattern to the who, how, when, where's? Here I go racist again. There probably isn't. I mean, there are scroats of all flavours, but sometimes you spot patterns. Okay, guys, and we're going to call it soon. I was going to end on the 4-hour mark, wasn't I? You've kept me talking, so that's all right. You've got to keep me talking. Maybe we'll go another 20 minutes or, you know, just under to the 4.5. Unless there's lots of you here and you keep me talking. I know people are cycling in and out. Just a reminder for anyone that is arriving since I last said it. Thumbs ups are appreciated. Like, whether you call it a like or a thumbs up, whatever. Always appreciated. If you're new here and you want the backstory, you've got questions, you're wondering what's happening, who is this guy? Why does this wall behind his head keep moving? You know, maybe you've just seen the post on Twitter or on YouTube rather than the video listed, but maybe you just saw the thumbnail and were intrigued. This is supposed to be the middle of a thunderstorm, but that shit didn't happen. In the same way it didn't happen all day, and all day yesterday, and all day the day before. They weren't all thunderstorms, some were just supposed to be heavy rain. We've had none. Virtually none. At the minute it's a little bit windy over there, but we seem to be mainly missing it. I can hear it horrendous over there. We're just getting a little rattle every now and again. Protected by the trees, folks, protected by the trees. Oh, here's a topic. When we get newbies coming in, when we get new visitors, they hear that I'm a tramp, that I'm homeless, and then they see me drinking beer, and they think, how very dare he? How much money is he wasting on that? Little reminder, gentle reminder. First, mind your own fucking business. But second, the money was sent by somebody and specifically labelled as by lager. So that's one point. The other point is that we're in Spain. Alcohol's very cheap. My 12-pack of beer to get me through the weekend, so Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, my 12 cans cost, and this is paying over the odds because I bought it at the local shop here, the Chino Bazaar, €4.95, so €5 for the 12 cans. A similar 12 cans from a supermarket, $3.70. 3.72 technically. 31 cents a can times 12 cans. So not a lot of money, not your money, specifically sent and labelled as for beer. Those are my defences, not that I need them. That's my mitigation. Good word, mitigation. I do like my words. So yeah, I am paying over the odds locally, just because disabled dog and getting out and about can be a bit of a trauma. Discussing earlier, takes 5 to 10 minutes depending on how much she wriggles. Picking up a 35 kilogram wriggling dog. She loves her chariot once she's in it. Big smile on her face when she can walk around and run around. But getting her in it, and then getting her out of here because this road is falling apart. Can't take her up the track this side because it's a field. Too rough terrain. Too many plants. It's quite wide. Overall, it's almost 3 times wider than she is because the wheels have to be off to the side out of the way. So I will pay once a week. I will pay over the odds and buy a 12-pack up the road. And maybe something else that I need from up there. The other week I bought a new USB cable. Prior to that it was poo bags for the dog. Yeah. Do you have any income? No. How do you afford to live? Do you see that link at the top of chat? The pinned link if you didn't dismiss it. The one that says paypal.me/Delta Mike Torrevieja. Hint hint. That's how I live. This is me on the grift. This is me not as in a con. This is me, I guess, more graft than grift. This is me entertaining the wider public, putting myself out there and letting it be known that there's this guy in a field that needs help if you're in a position to. Only if you've got it, only if you want to, never more than you can afford and never more often than you can afford. There are some people that I do warn every now and again to slow their roll. If I start getting 3 donations within a week from the same person, I will threaten to refund donations if they don't slow down. I have had, not incidents, but there have been cases where someone sends me money and then it emerges later on that they're struggling themselves. I don't want that. Only if you've got it. Only if you have satisfied yourself that I'm not... I had someone accuse me that this was all AI. I've sat outside the tent on a nice sunny day and someone said, I've been to that field, there's no one there. This is all AI. I've been in this field over 3 years. There has been a tent here ever since about month 3. The first 3 months I was just literally on in a bedroll on the floor in the field. I built a shelter out of 6 broom handles and a tarpaulin. I built a bed, and then later on, it was bed first, then we built the shelter around it in February. Built the bed in January. Built the shelter around it in February when a storm was approaching. And then 2 guys that I'd been talking with and that had been helping me, one of them got me a second-hand tent. A guy called Simon got me a second-hand tent. And from then on, that would have been in the April, possibly May. It's a video. There's a video entitled "What a very interesting day" or something like that. What a spectacular day. What an action-packed day, maybe. If you look back to April or May, right at the start of the channel, within the first month. So if you click the name of the channel and you go to videos, and one of the buttons is to reverse the list, so that instead of getting most recent first, start with the oldest, and you just look down and you'll see it. It's about an hour and a half long. There are timestamps in that one. You can jump to the appropriate sections. That's where I got my first tent, and where I dismantled the shelter. You can see the shelter that I was living in originally, as you can very much in the first video ever on this channel. You can see the state of the shelter. That was the end of the shelter. It was a lot better than that when it was first built. That brought me through some hellish storms. Some of those early videos. Fuck. Where was I? I was answering a question about something. Do you have any income? How do you afford? No, the PayPal is my income. The PayPal is my income. And some of the people that I meet in person. Every now and again someone walking past on the little track here. It's not really a road, it's a dirt track. Every now and again someone will shout me, say hello and hold out a hand and throw me a £5 or a tenner. One guy once gave me 50. Don't know what I did to deserve that, but I thank him very, very much. I don't do anything else to get by. When my friend Joby was here, he'd occasionally pass me something that he had that I might have needed, and I'd give him something that I had that he needed. So we got by like that. But at the minute I'm here alone. Friends bring like I said, cooked breakfast or a cooked meal. My mate Tom will bring me a chicken dinner often on Fridays when he's here after he's been to the market. If he goes out and has a breakfast, he'll take a Tupperware case with him and put half in the Tupperware, and sometimes he takes that home for himself, sometimes he'll bring it to me, I believe. That kind of thing. People nearby, people who are in their second home, in their holiday home, when they leave the country, they'll bring me a bag with what was in their cupboards or fridge before they go to the airport. My friend Karen stops by and brings me a similar bag, but I think she pads it with things that she's bought especially for me. Our friend Josie that was in here earlier as well, I think she brought me 3 carrier bags when she left last time. This is how I get by, folks. I've only been to the supermarket once this year, and that was just over a week ago. 10 days ago, the Friday that was 9 or 10 days ago. However you want to count that. That was my first visit to a proper supermarket this year. Other than that, it's just been the corner. I call it the corner shop. It's a huge Chino bazaar. It's like a dollar store or a pound shop we'd have in England. But it's like a bricks and mortar Temu, however you wish to pronounce it. But I just go in there for the case of beer at the weekend. Very occasionally I might go midweek and grab one. Circumstances, situations, how stressed, how pissed off, whatever. But yeah. No Spanish citizenship. Not got Spanish citizenship. I never got an NIE, which is now called a TIE. I never did residencia. I didn't get on the bandwagon at the beginning of this, and I can explain why, if anybody's interested. Just for those of you that have been here with me a while, just forgive me while I answer a couple of questions from our new friends. So when I arrived here, February the 17th, 2016, the Brexit vote was kind of 4 months away. Spain was in the middle of 3 general elections in quick succession, and the American election was looming, that Trump's first one. The world seemed and people were dropping dead left, right and centre. This was way before COVID. This was, everybody famous you look back at how many people died in 2016. It was everybody famous died, it felt like. Including George Michael on Boxing Day, if I've got my years right. Was it David Bowie? Did he die that year as well? I'm not sure on that one. But it was one of those years where you turned on the, well, I was going to say turn on the telly, but I turned on the internet, go on YouTube or Twitter, and some bugger else had died. So you had all this uncertainty, and you're supposed to register for your NIE, your Spanish tax number, within 3 months, or after 3 months, at the 3 month mark. Well, at the 3 month mark, the Brexit vote was a month away. Uncertainty. Do I want to start doing paperwork and bureaucracy in a country? We didn't know how Brexit was going to work. Nobody had worked out what was going to happen. We thought maybe the vote comes in, it's Brexit, and you've got a week to leave the country, or a month to leave, or whatever. Who knows? Do you want to start doing bureaucracy and paperwork and shit? So there's this doubt. I'll wait a while. Oh, we'll wait and see. Maybe they'll vote Remain and we'll be fine. And of course, you leave it a month or two after the vote to try and work out what the situation is going to be, and you still don't. It was fucking years before you knew what the situation was actually going to be. 5 years later, wasn't it? January the 31st, was it the 1st or the 31st? In 2021, maybe? When it was finalised? And at that point, you got a 3-month visa, technically. Without applying or anything, you were just like, anyone here already who's not resident, 3-month visa. And because I'd hesitated so long in the beginning, you have to go to like the National Police Office, Policia Nacional, as I discussed earlier. Imagine starting that whole rigmarole, and you get to the front of the queue, and then you've got to go, oh, officer, you're not going to believe this, but I'm 3 months late applying for my NIE. But come on, lad, let's just get on with it. You don't know the Spanish police if you think that's what's going to happen when you walk in that office saying that. You're as likely to get arrested and marched out of the country. So again, more hesitation, more putting it off, and so once you're late, you're too late. So yeah, now you've got this whole 90 days out of 180. Yeah. And as we've discussed, arrest warrants, now that I've overstayed, even if it's not arrest warrants, I will be dragged off into an immigration room. Whatever flight I book, I will probably miss. I'll be dragged into a room and interviewed as to why I've been here 10 years and I haven't got any of this other paperwork stuff. And I'll have to say, well, I've been living in a field. And they'll say, no, you haven't. And I'll say, yeah, I have. There's videos online. Go and look. And we'll have that whole dance, and they'll have to work out what the upshot is. Obviously, eventually I'm going to leave the country. Is there going to be a fine, and if so, how large? Am I going to be banned from Spain, and if so, for how long? Am I going to be banned from just Spain or from the whole of Schengen? The whole of the EU? Well, no, it's not quite the whole of the EU, is it? The whole of the countries that are within Schengen, the free travel zone. All of these questions will have to be, and then I miss my plane, and then what? Now I'm in an airport with no plane ticket. Now I've got to buy a plane ticket for 5 times the normal amount because you're buying it in an airport and they've got you by the short and curlies. Or do I come back to a tent that doesn't exist anymore? Because before going I would have packed it all down, wouldn't I? How does that work? The logistics, folks, the logistics. What if I've sent my dog home overland in a van and she goes the day before I set off and I'm supposed to get there the day before she arrives? It's 3 days for her. I want to be here to see her off, and I want to be there when she arrives. But now I'm stuck in an airport. What happens when she arrives in Britain and there's nobody there to get her? How does that work? Logistics, folks. This is what I say about having, when the time comes, having to get all my ducks in a row. Get everything lined up. Get everything sorted. This is where a lawyer would come in. Get sorted this immigration. There's going to be an immigration kerfuffle when I try and leave the country, obviously. Can we sort that in advance? Can I turn up there with a piece of paper that's saying, yeah, look, he's overstayed, but we've sorted it already. It's been decided, this is the ban and this is the fine, and he's going to pay it once he gets home. Can we do that? I don't know. I don't want to pay money for a flight that I then can't get on, and then have to pay 4 or 5 times more for a second flight from the airport. After being locked in a room with a bright light shone in my face and being whipped with rubber hoses. No, if you're not Spanish, you can't work either. No, this is, yeah, no. I mean, people do, but if you get caught, you get done for breaking a visa or whatever terms, and for tax evasion. You're earning money and not paying tax on it. Not a good predicament to be in. Yeah, no, it's not great. I'm in a holding pattern until some avenue opens up. This is survival. Which is what I tell the police when they come along and say, no camping here. I tell them it's not camping. You look at any definition of camping. Camping is it's a thing you do for pleasure or for leisure. It's an entertainment virtually. This is survival. I'm a homeless guy wanting to keep the wind and rain off me to some extent. I mean, the wind does just blow through this one. I think that's because it's a summer tent. But it keeps the rain out. A lot more comfortable being in here than I was when I was just out in the field. I did enjoy looking up at the stars at night. It was my only way of trying to get an indication of how far through the night we were. If Orion arises over the tree there, and I fall asleep and I wake up and he's still there, then it's only been half an hour. If I wake up and he's above me, we're kind of halfway through the night. If I wake up and he's gone, and the plough is there instead, then it's almost morning. That kind of thing. Patterns, you see? Pattern matching. We are pattern matching machines. We got sold short through Brexit. I'll give you my opinion of Brexit. I can see why the working class people of Britain were for Brexit, and they had a point. And I had a strong inclination, a strong feeling. It was from speaking with people. Now I was an office guy, but we're speaking with brickies and plumbers and plasterers down the pub. I had a sense that the sentiment was very much in that direction. It was going to be far closer vote than. I mean, the press were full of how Remain was going to walk it. Now, I'm not sure whether they just got it wrong or whether they were deliberately trying to influence it that way. But I thought that David Cameron fucked it up big time. He should have stood aside from the debate and taken his role of Prime Minister seriously. He should have appointed the two campaign leaders or whatever. He should have organised the Remain and the Brexit, and then he should have kept his mouth shut and stayed out of it and taken charge of the civil service, and preparation should have been put in place and should have already been well underway for if the vote was leave. He should have been cracking on with that shit. He should have had his negotiating team sorted. They should have already been reaching out and saying, we're in the pre-planning stages, but how's this going to work? What's the score? We think it should go this way. And when they said, no, it happens like that, they shouldn't have just given in. They should have said, no, we don't agree with that. There should have been pushback. There should have been strong, real negotiation. Not just asking them, how's it going to be? And we should have been cracking on and organising and planning for things that emerged later that took our government by surprise and our negotiators by surprise. Should have all been anticipated and understood. It's like we waited until a year after the Brexit vote to start planning. Cameron should have kept neutral. He should have said to the public, it's down to you, it's your decision. Whatever you decide, I will implement. Instead, he picked sides. He let it be known that he was Remain. And then when it came leave, he resigned and ran away. That is not the role of a fucking leader. And he will be forever tarnished by that. He should have stayed neutral. It's your decision, British public. And whatever you decide, I will implement. And just to let you know, we're already planning for if it's that. Obviously, there's no planning required for if it's Remain. His whole thing about the Brexit, he wanted to see some change in Europe. The vote was a call your bluff kind of, hey, if you don't make changes, then we're gonna think about leaving. So if we remained, not much would have needed planning for. He could have gone back to them and said, look guys, it was a really close thing and oh, we're remaining, but you can tell the public are not happy and we'd like to see some change. He could have done that. He could have got his negotiating strategy ready for if it had been Remain, but tight, but close. But he should have taken charge of the civil service and his ministers, his cabinet, and we should have been planning properly for what to do if it was leave. And we didn't. And that was a massive, massive failing. Him leaving put us into 3 or 4 years of chaos. How many prime ministers did we go through before we settled on Boris? Fuck. They came and went and came and went. I can't even keep track of them. I was going to finish at 4:30 at 4.5 hours, wasn't I, folks? We're 5 minutes past it. I don't want to keep ranting on with politics. I think all our politicians were totally incompetent during the negotiations. The politicians and the official negotiators, yeah. Too many concessions. Why have they still got our fish? They can come and catch our fish, but the paperwork that our fishermen have to go through to export what they catch, to export it to them, our fish and our shellfish in particular, mussels and cockles and winkles, it's horrendous. But they can just come and grab our fish. We should have fucking locked them right out. We should have had the Royal Navy out there. We should have blockaded our fishing waters. Not giving it away. The fuck was that shit? Oh, we've left. We're out. You keep saying fuck you to us. We should be saying fuck you right back at them. Or should have been. In those negotiations and in those first weeks and months after it was implemented. Lorry driver takes a ham sandwich over with him. It's been fine since 1973 or 4, whatever fucking year. The day after Brexit's implemented, the guy's getting hauled off into the fucking cells for trying to smuggle a ham sandwich into the country. Yeah, it was fine for the last 40 fucking years, 50 years. But on day one of the other, you could have just said, hey mate, no. Here's a warning, don't do that again. No. Take him off and question him and give him a telling off and a fine. Confiscate his fucking ham sandwich. How petty can you get? Suddenly our ham was toxic the day after. Too many, made us a laughing stock, yeah. And we were too reliant on words from America about what a great trade deal we'd get. Have we got a trade deal yet? Did it ever happen? We were great about shouting about getting a trade deal with Burkina Faso or Ivory Coast or somewhere. I can't remember where, but Brexit tore the UK in two, it did. Like immigration is tearing Ireland and the UK, yeah. A lot of trawlermen lost their jobs, yeah. And let's face it, our fishing industry is a shadow of what it was, 60s and 70s, until we joined Europe. I mean, we had to have a little battle, a little scuffle with Iceland once or twice. But other than that, we were fine before we joined the fucking EU. Oh, it wasn't even called the EU, was it? The EEC we joined. We never joined the EU. We joined the European Coal and Steel Federation, or whatever it was fucking originally called. And that's all it was initially, folks. Coal and steel. I don't know. See, once you set up an organisation like that, it wants to carry on existing, it wants to carry on growing, it wants more and more power. And we keep signing away our country's rights. Now, there were some, there were some good things about being in the EU. The travel, in particular, but some of the trade stuff as well. I just think it went too far. Needing unanimous votes from 27 countries, or 28, whatever it was at the time. Adding too many extra members at once, and instantly they get full rights and full access to everywhere. Here's the thing that went wrong when we allowed a lot of those Eastern European countries. Nothing against Poland, Hungary, whichever other country. Just check. It's not called Czechoslovakia anymore, but I think it was then. Right? They all join, and woof, off to Britain, or Germany, or whatever. Woof. Should be more gradual. New members. Maybe they get access to the country next to them for the first 5 years. Maybe they get another few countries after 10 years. Make the movement more gradual, and let's monitor how it works out. That would have been my, I'm not going to say preferred, but that would have been oh, now you remember, you just go anywhere. Woof, all the plumbers head to Britain. Destabilizes countries. What were we? Second or third highest net contributor? I think second, after Germany. Probably a close call with France, not sure. But why would you destabilize the economy of your top two net contributors with a massive influx of cheap plumbers and plasterers? Whose interest is it to undermine the economy? Again, nothing against the Poles, the Hungarians, the people, the countries that are listed. And I'm pulling them out my arse. I don't even know the Czechoslovakia thing. The Czech, yeah. If they could go, if you split Europe into certain bands around whichever new country joins, initially you get free travel here, and then after so many years you can pick your numbers, you can set your bands for which countries and when, but have it staged, have it monitored, see how it works out. If it totally destabilizes the countries next door, that first wave, maybe rescind it, peel it back, put limits on numbers. I don't know. It might have worked better like that than just, oh, you're from the extreme end of Eastern Europe. Turkey, for example. I'm not sure. Have they joined yet? It was all up in the air the last I looked. Not sure. I'm guessing because of all the Turkish barbers that they have. From what I read. I don't know. I don't read enough. But put limits. There's this band of countries around you. You can go there for the first 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever it is. Phase it in. Make it gradual. Make sure that the cultures that you're inviting in, because some of them from Eastern Europe are rather different. Look at the problem Sweden's got with the mobsters from whatever that little country is that's basically just a mountain. Give us a name. All the mob in Sweden are now from this one little European country. You could have avoided that by not letting them go from one end of Europe to the other. Phase it in stages. If there's problems, backtrack it, find solutions. Maybe vet who you allow, so it's not free movement without some kind of application or basically visa, passport kind of controls. I don't know, something. Because Malmo's got a fucking hand grenade being thrown every other weekend. I'll remember the name of the country eventually. Or I could look it up. It's a small little, it's not like Liechtenstein, but it's got it's not Montenegro. What is it? Let's get rid of that question there. Sweden hand grenades mob. Is that a good hand grenade? No. Grenade. Attack mobsters. I'm gonna do attack mobsters. Or mafia. Not monsters, mobsters, you fucker. Oh, we don't get any... What? Oh, you want hand and grenade to be separate. We don't get any AI fucking answer here. Oh, no, our hand grenade's legal in Sweden. Fuck off. That's... Come on, Google, you're better than this. It wants me to change mobsters to monsters. No. Bear with me, folks. I am gonna, unless somebody's already told me what country it is I'm talking about. You have not. Maybe the media will be too... For those effects, exploited by criminals. Pay attention. That's... Come on, just name the fucking problem group. Is it Albania? It might be Albania. It doesn't say here. Not monster. Stop changing it to monster. Give me a better word than mobster. Yeah. I deleted Sweden by accident. It's mafia. Let's go with Sweden. Foreign mafia. Oh god, okay, mafia. Okay, I'll get there eventually. Primarily from the Balkans. We're being polite about it, aren't we? Rather than naming the actual fucking countries. From the Balkans and the Middle East. Give me the fuck... That's a rubbish answer. You're trying to be politically correct rather than just naming the fucking groups involved. Did I say Albania? I'm going to stick with Albania, although I've got a Montenegro, mate. That's former Yugoslavia, isn't it? I don't think that's where I was going. We got a lot of AI in the UK, African immigrants. Pace of change in Europe has been crazy. No time to... Yeah, society needs time to adjust to major... I could draw parallels with like the trans debate. And even... I don't think many people had anything against gay marriage. But the way that some of these things were pushed and accelerated, the trans thing in particular, I think, we were told not to talk about it, don't be negative, you're a transphobe if you're against it being taught to kids. I'm not going to go off on one on that topic, but there are parallels about the way society needs not just time to accept something, society has to be allowed to have the discussion. Parallels with COVID. Society, a new topic, a new phase, a new thing being introduced shouldn't just be pushed and forced on people. Discuss it. Decide, is that really what we want? How many of us actually want that? Is that truly how we feel? Are our politicians representing us accurately and fairly in these discussions and decisions, or are they imposing upon us against our will? Imposing it on us against our personal will when there's been an election and something's been chosen by a democratic process. That's fair. That's fair play. But imposing it on us and telling us that this is what we want when it seems fairly clear that it's fucking not, and then trying to get the media to pretend that we are the minority, not the majority. Fuck that shit. Society has to have the right to discuss this openly, not be criticised for expressing what your view is. If you're on this side of the argument, fine. If someone else is on the other, that's fine too. But let's get an accurate representation of what the numbers are, and let's see if a discussion changes people's minds in one direction or another. Is this something that people can adjust to and accept? No, we've got two political parties pushing the same agenda at us, apparently against the will of the majority. And I don't know how or why. That offends me deep down. So yeah, pace of change, discussion, time to change. If you have immigration slowly, the incomers, choosing my words carefully, are more likely to settle into our patterns of doing things. We're more likely to be able to control and slap down the ones that do it wrong. Assimilation, I guess is the word, will be more likely, because they'll be the minority. If you let them take over whole areas of cities and they become the majority, and then they start voting each other into office, because the imams at the churches, mosques, I can't remember my words, but the imam start telling the community which way to vote, and the husbands tell the wives, or order the wives which way to vote. Anytime they want to vote someone, they get them in. This is why they're overrepresented in politics. From village, local councils, city councils, county councils, and parliament. Way overrepresented. Way over. Orders of magnitude. What are they? 3% of the population, and they look like they're a third of parliament and the cabinet. How does that happen? Organised. Let them in, fewer at a time, control it over time, more likely to assimilate properly. And monitor, and if it's not happening and not assimilating, you can cut off the fucking tap. Turn off the tap. It's not what we did. Pace of change, yeah. Seems like one calamity after another. Nerves are frayed, fuses are short. Fuses are going to get very short. Like I was saying before, predicting, not advocating. But if I say I predict a riot and burst into song, I don't. I think riot is far too calm a description for what I'm thinking is going to happen. I'm thinking something on the lines of Kristallnacht over the whole country. Mass violence against a group. In this case, not the Jews. But that's what I think we're on the cusp of. And it could get very, very bloody. In the words of Enoch, rivers of blood. Predicting, not advocating. I would hate to see it happen. But if the politicians don't start moving in the right direction, I honestly think that could happen. Right, folks, we're on 4 hours 53 minutes. I'll give you 6 minutes more of. I will take 6 minutes more of your time. I'll put it that way. I haven't been to the loo yet. I probably need to do. I probably don't realise how full my bladder is. Although, still, where would I guesstimate? I'm only about here. Second can. I did have fizzy pop before, didn't I? I do need to go, and I'm not going to go and come back. I think we're about done. Numbers are falling. We did hit 23 thumbs up. If there's anyone who hasn't, you might consider it. If you're not subscribed, probably don't. Not until you've seen 3 or 4 of my videos. I have views. I express them. I say naughty words, even the naughtiest of words. If that offends you, I might not be for you. I don't say these naughtiest of words at people. I use them in conversation, discussing the use of those words and whether that should or shouldn't be allowed, whether it should or shouldn't be restrained. So I discuss them in what I would consider an intellectual capacity. But I do use them. Especially the meatballs one. Or if you're American, is that the full one with the got on the end, or is it just the cigarette one? No, I think faggot means a bunch of sticks, picking up a bunch of sticks in America. Fag in England is a cigarette. Faggot is a meatball. We wouldn't generally use the N word, but I have said it on here. I've said the word for people from Pakistan, discussing the local Paki shop. It's not a word I would use nowadays, but I was discussing it in the context of what we used to say in the 70s. It's okay to call them packs, apparently. But yeah. Oh, Andy, you're arriving just as we're finishing, mate. Sorry. When I do finish, the chat replay and the video will be ready probably within about a quarter of an hour of me finishing. I'm finishing in the next 3 or 4 minutes. Processing should be complete within a quarter of an hour because we've come after over 4 hours. If you do under 4 hours, it takes about 15 hours for that processing to happen. You'll be able to watch back if that's your choice. Obviously, you won't be able to join in because it'll be a recording. It'll be a playback, video on demand, or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, mate, we start a little bit earlier than this normally. 9 o'clock UK time, typically. Although some people are asking me to vary the times a little bit and maybe do some daytime ones. I will take that under advisement. I will consider that request. Let me do that again. Cheers to everybody who's been here and everyone who is here at the end. Cheers to everybody that hit the thumbs up. And if you haven't done so already, you might consider it. I'm seeing 23. Oh, the numbers have gone up. I was ending because the numbers were dropping, but now we're up to 9. Always does this. Just as I'm finishing, we'll get a mini influx. I mean, it's 9. It's not a lot. I'm not Ethan Van Sciver sat here with 1,000 people, or Friday Night Tights sat here with 17,000 or 20,000. I'm a guy in a field, a tramp, if you will. But the thunderstorms, in summary, folks, thunderstorms didn't happen. Rain didn't happen. This has been the pattern for most of the week. Even the thick cloud hasn't been as solid as they indicated in the weather forecasts. I have managed to maintain fairly reasonable power. I hit 91% at one point today on the EcoFlow. We had 85 watts coming in on my 100-watt panel. This is on a day that was supposed to be solid cloud, thunder and lightning, and 38 millimeters of rain at one point. They backed off. Today was supposed to be 14 or 15 millimeters, which would still have been a sizable amount. I'd be damned if we got 1, and that spread over all day with a little bit of spitting every now and again. Ridiculous. Weather forecasts were so wrong. Okay, folks. In a moment, I will attempt to. Didn't realise it was so late. A man outstanding in his field. I was good in my field of content management systems once upon a time, but I will attempt to end things in the manner to which you may or may not have become accustomed. She's lying next to me with her head out of the covers for once. I'm gonna slobber all over myself while I reach. So once again, folks, thank you very, very much for joining me tonight. Thank you to the newcomers who stopped by and kept the conversation going to some extent. And I will put the light on. I'll try not to be too direct with her with it. She is awake, she's moving already. I'm not going to disturb her too much. But here she is, right next to me. I've got a terrible habit of looking at the phone while I reach for her and I miss because the sizing's all wrong. Hey babe, nice cuddle. I don't know if I can get you a proper view of her. Here she is though, look at her. How cute is that? It's my girl. Okay folks, and with that, I'll give it another few seconds. I will love you and leave you any minute. I just want to give it a few seconds because we've had a few interruptions, a few disconnections. It doesn't matter if it finishes under 5, does it? But let's do this then. Okay, let's do it. Okay folks, thank you for joining us. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. I missed. Out.